we'll be continuing with Case 5, Day 3 of the trial. Yeah. We'll be continuing with Day 3 of the trial for Case 5. So last time we discovered that a certain guy's bloody handprint was inside the special evidence case room. So I think someone we know is extremely suspicious right now. But but I'm excited. Maybe they'll call him later on and we'll figure out what he did, because that's very suspicious. Detective Attorney! Hello, Eva! How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? Hey, Auntie. Hello, Crunchy. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? And thank you for receiving the stretch and hydrate. I stretch, and then I hydrate. Hello, Sketch. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? I have done a sip. Okay. At least this bloody handprint wasn't on your dress. That would be embarrassing. Oh man, how'd it get there? Very suspicious indeed. Alright, we'll start off from here. Did you listen to my song yet? Not yet, sorry, Crunchy. I'll take a look at it afterwards. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. I wonder what month the next case is gonna be, because it's like the end of March right now. You guys think it'll happen in April? Like he'll take like a 2-month break? February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was... Oh, Lana. The victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Yeah, last time we were thinking that Detective Goodman, was stealing the documents, and then, he was killed in the process of, retrieving, or not stealing, he was, retrieving the evidence from the locker. But while he was doing that, somebody killed him, and then they threw him in the back of Edgeworth's car. And that's how his body ended up going to the prosecutor's office. So he was actually murdered at the police department instead. But that's what we were thinking last time. So I guess that means Marshall probably killed him? But I guess we shall see. Guys seem to consistently leave DNA evidence on a girl's clothes. DNA is blood, right? Yeah, there's DNA in blood, yeah. I gotta say though, this entire case, we really gotta hand it to this fingerprinting set and the luminol. We love new technology. Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. All night? Oh my gosh! So, how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't see capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emily. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Guy. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have on my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Guy? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. That's so suspicious. Is that the question about you I haven't asked. Did you get cursed to lose your powers before arriving on Earth? No. It was kind of like an internship deal where it's like I gained the experience and powers by going up to land. So I didn't have any before. I am gaining more and more knowledge. Yeah, I'm like, Jake Marshall is very suspicious right now. I wonder what his name stands for. Like, as a pun, Jake Marshall. Jake. What else does Jake sound like? Marshall, because he's like a police officer.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is...
What?
I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared?
Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today, I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself.
Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself.
And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department?
Too much. It's evening! It is evening! Hello, gamers! How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. Let me do a shout out for you. There we go, how are you? JK, not a real Marshall! Ooh, you might be onto something. I only heard cake! Hello, Toledo. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. Thank you so much for the raid. I'll do a shout out for you in a bit once the cooldown goes down. Oh, hello, Stevie. Thank you for coming in with the raid. How are you? Really, how's the stream? It's good. How was yours? What did you play today? But hello, everyone. My name is Sterling, and it's nice to meet you. We are currently working on day 3 of the trial for case 5 of the first game in the Ace Attorney trilogy. We learned some pretty decisive evidence from our investigation on day 2, so a certain witness is super suspicious right now. So somebody from Texas, quote-unquote West LA. But aside from Ace Attorney, I also play Honkai Star Rail, Pokemon games, Fighting games, the Devil May Cry series, and the Yakuza series. We went from Sonic Fan-Dubs to Marvel Rivals to Smash Bros. Ooh, nice! Who do you main in Smash Bros? And Ganondorf did us something. Ooh! Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Strongest League. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Would you say the character you main in Marvel Rivals has a very similar function to the character you main in Smash Bros? Or they kind of have, like, pretty different, like, movesets and roles? Ganondorf dittos are funny. like a super, like, scary looking guy and then just a little blob. I want to see, like, Ganondorf, but with a ditto face. I worked on a project all day and I'm exhausted. Oh, dang! Rest up, gamers! You worked hard today. Obviously, Boothill's the real Marshall around these parts. Yeah, I don't know about this Jake Marshall guy. I think he's not a real Marshall. He's not very qualified, is he? I mean, he might be qualified at covering up evidence, but detective work? I mean, Little Mac. Oh, nice! Do you like to use the standard, like, skin for Little Mac, or do you like to change, like, the colors? And if you like to change the colors, which one's your favorite? I mean Marth in Smash, but, I like to use, like, the white outfit Marth. With Marvel Rivals, I mean Cloak and Dagger as a healer, but I play also Rocket and Invisible Woman on occasions. Ooh! Jackson, you both of them got hit by the Ganondorf neutral beat. I need sleep. I have a very long day tomorrow. Yes, yes, oh my gosh, get some sleep, gamers. And have a good day tomorrow. Take care of yourself, sleep well. Good night, and thank you so much for stopping by today. Good night, sleep well, take care, and have a good day tomorrow.
On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department?
Way too much, man. So much. There we go. For debates for mobile rivals, I just picked up Iron Fist and Mr. Fantastic, but I do play Punisher. Ooh, who would you say is the easiest for you to play?
Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer?
Poor Officer Meekins.
Things are getting wild from the get-go.
He's just a guy. Free my man.
Will the witness please state his name and occupation?
Oh, Cloak and Dagger's the easiest. Ooh, at least nobody got tased in the evidence room. Not this time, thankfully. Hey, Harley, how's it going? Hello, Alpha. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? It's going well. We just started the case. Also, I finished my herder chases. Oh, nice. Let's go. We all know the Blue Badger's the real coverage. Just arrest him. The Blue Badger? But he's just a guy.
Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I am Officer Meekins. Officer Mike Meekins, sir. That's a lot of M's in his name. My occupation is, that would be murderous. No!
No! Meekins, my guy! Don't! You're incriminating yourself! What? He's really living up to his accused role.
So you're telling us you're a professional killer?
Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I never killed anyone again, sir. You gotta believe me, sir.
Actually,
Sir, I'm what you call part of the younger generation, sir. A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. What?
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir. Officer Meekins.
Yes, sir.
Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order.
Yes, sir. As you wish.
After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir.
You can't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Do you want to go to jail, Sir Meekins? I've noticed. The Blue Badger. Hi, Aurelia. Emma. Yes, Emma. Hello, Sarfaz. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. Let me do a shout out for you. There we go. How are you?
Although it's not my normal duty, I am assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
Why is he so readily admitting blame? Like, did somebody threaten him and made him take the fall? Or is he really living up to his role?
So, the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you?
Do unto others before they do unto you!
That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir! He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more info to work with.
Thanks for the shout-out, of course! I'm fine still playing HSR for a bit to get some achievement. The one achievement I didn't get is overpowered yet overcautious. Now I need to reach all 1,000. Dang, that seems like a hard achievement to get!
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day.
I think I'm learning from this case that I just have to keep mashing the press button. I think I'll just have to do it for all of them. You work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits. Yikes, that's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badgers. Interesting. The lovely police mascot created by the chief of detectives, sir. It's the fella! I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. It seems like they just wanted to give him a job. To keep him busy, you know?
I see. Sounds like a very important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. So he was guarding the Blue Badger, then he moved to the evidence room to bring it back in. Then there's a suspicious guy on the screen. So you need an ID card. He has one around his neck. So then your ID number must be listed on here, right? Oh yeah, what's his ID number? Is it 7777? There it is! I found it! This is the one right here!
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir! It's... Oh, yikes! This makes him super suspicious, guys! Because that number is the one that shows up twice. So it showed up at 450 and 514. But that would check out because he saw Bruce Goodman in there. So he went in at the same time. But then he left, huh? Like he went in at 450? So I guess maybe he went in first to drop off the Blue Badger. And then he went out and did something. And then Bruce Goodman came in. Then he went back and he was like, wait a second. There's someone suspicious in that room. And who's 77777? Is 7777? But then the time is a little off. Huh, strange. As I was doing the UN, the Herda did 1 million damage. Oh, dang! Let's go! What team are you running her with? I see. The number 4989596 is shown as being used twice.
Please explain, witness.
It's no real mystery, sir. The first time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room, and the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. Oh, so he just kind of stored him in there.
I see. So it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir! That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir.
So you were attacked. Can you please tell me exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir! A knife! Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then? Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You weren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be... When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar.
What exactly do you mean when you say you did it?
Can we pull up the security footage? I know I don't really look the type, but I'm really into Kung Fu films, sir. Not Kung Fu, but Kung Fu films. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched the knife from him.
You took his knife?
No wonder he has a giant cut on his hand. I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. Oh, so you don't know if you actually did it. I see he must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew, yes, he put me right in my face, sir. So it wasn't his blood on the jacket. Do we have a picture of him, like, passed out in the back of Edward's car? Like we do. But then this one has blood from Goodman and Lana Skye, so that's a little interesting. So somehow Meekin's blood is somewhere. Yeah, who's the one with number 7? That's suspicious. My usual, the Herda, Robin, Herda, and Natasha. Ooh, nice! Do you plan on rolling for Anaxa? I heard Anaxa's gonna be a good support for Herda. Tomorrow will be SA2? Also, I really need someone who can help me with this achievement. Oh! What are the specifics of the achievement? Is it like you have to reach like a certain number? Fair enough, fight or flight instinct. Yeah, you must have panicked a lot. I'll see you later. Have fun, Yali. Lots of love. Oh, thank you so much for the 5 bits, Toledo. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you again for the raid. Bye, take care of yourself. Think well. Good night, and thank you so much for stopping by today. I will see you later.
So, who was the officer that smacked you awake? At what time did you regain consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Looking at your clock when you woke up. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain. Oh, that's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is. When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor, only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. Oh, wait a minute. Did Chief Gant give him that tape and tell him that that was what really happened and told him to say it that way? Oh, this poor guy's getting framed. Delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room. What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape. I was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. Oh, a video of a real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Oh my gosh, she's still moving in there! Why does the camera keep moving back and forth? I guess they had to cover all parts of the evidence room. So he dropped a piece of paper. Ah! This is so ominous! It's like the cheery music and some guy's getting mauled in the back. Oh gosh, he's like passed out. So what happened to Goodman? Oh shoot, when the security camera turned, he must have made a run for it. Wow, that didn't tell us where he went at all. But I think I noticed that there was like a piece of fabric that was shoved in the locker. Was that his coat? So that was in there before. We can still talking like he's really convinced he did it.
The Saga of Primavera Blade has that achievement I was trying to get. Oh. You get used to it, Mika. Stop this! I hate this! I hate how the camera is just like pivoting like slowly and then it's just the blue batter doing his like funky little dance. Two guys like duking it out in the back. Some guy's getting stabbed and it's the blue badger just going da 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 da. Oh my god! guilty. Yeah, I think it was the Blue Badger. He was in every single frame. Like, he's got to be the one who did it. The Blue Badger just conveniently covering up the culprit's face. 100%, I bet when the camera turned, he hid, like, right under the Blue Badger, and he just, like, inched out of there like that. Like, he shoved it into the locker, and he just ran out. The prime suspect! It's him! It's him, the Blue Badger! He's kind of cute as a sticker, though. Like, when you zoom in, he's just a little guy. You wouldn't suspect a little guy, would you? He looks very friendly. Oh, thank you so much for the 7th stream, Kevin. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You know, they got the whole analog core vibe going, but the music is off. I'll give it a Blue Badger out of home show. Oh. Is there like a Blue Badger in there too? Or like, what is the show about? He little dude, but little terrifying when I look at it. His eyes are bottomless pits of horror. You see your nightmares in his eyes. He has the same eyes as like the Yippee guy. Like the giant circle, and there's like an outer ring of white, and then the inside is like a black circle. He has the same eyes as the Yippee guy. Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? He's like, what the heck is this? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Wriggling piece of plywood. Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's a Blue Badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed, counter someone in the evidence room. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins? Don't ask him, he's gonna say it's okay! Yes, sir! As you wish, sir! Mystery Man. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. But you've never seen him. You don't know who he is. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. What if he had, like, advanced technology, and you know how people do things with, like, fingerprints, where they take, like, a piece of tape or something, and then they put it over, like, a mark, and then just that piece of tape alone is, like, it can open up doors and stuff? Did the fake Detective Goodman do that? Like, he took a fingerprint of the guy, and he just opened his locker like that? Like, how advanced is their locker technology? The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to be Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I'll have to start. There's no Blue Badger in Magic the Gathering. That's probably for the best as the greatest player. Everything boils down to the Blue Badger. My thoughts exactly, Miles. The wriggling piece of cardboard plywood. Do you have Edgeworth? What you're about? Hello, Stinger. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. Let me do a shout out for you. There we go. How are you? Yeah, Edgeworth. This is Blue Badger slander that's coming out of your mouth. Now he earned that. He earned that. I mean, he could have, like, cut off his finger. But then the Detective Goodman that we found, like, in Edgeworth's car wasn't missing any fingers, right? Couldn't be little gently, like, heck? Hmm? Oh no, he went full, like, what the hell? He was extremely shocked. shocked. I'm surviving in case of food poisoning here. What about you? Oh no! Oh my gosh, what did you eat? I hope your stomach gets better soon, Stingray. Oh gosh, food poisoning sucks. I'm doing good. I hope you get better soon.
Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife? Sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter? So he didn't see his face. Oh, didn't he close his eyes? Because he's scared of the knife? More to the point, you are the person who fought him, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking with them, see?
Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
He's a little anxious. Still, I'm sure it was him. I put my badge on it. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir.
But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as having seen or not seen.
Since his face can't be identified in the video, only you can verify it.
Well, why is everyone looking at me? If I had to just label your stares as disturbing or...
He's giving us a multiple choice answer. Meekins.
Oh goodness!
Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now, please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. What if the locker was like open already, you know, like slightly ajar? Then you wouldn't need a fingerprint. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he's tried.
Brute force? Punching the locker?
If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to its registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Exactly my point, sir. And this too. I think it was the undercooked tuna I ate. Oh no! Oh man! It's been 2 days and I've been hanging in there. I hope her stomach feels better soon, and I hope like your stomach doesn't hurt tomorrow. Oh no! I think it's going. Oh. If it's been 2 days, I take you got medical attention. Either way, get well soon. Yeah, I hope it's been getting better with each day that passes by. Are you, like, taking anything for your stomach right now?
How do you know that information? I've heard rumors, sir, from people in the know, sir.
People in the know?
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir. They keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
Dang! The workers in the cafeteria know everything that goes on with them.
For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face.
Sir, if I may say something, sir.
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir.
Because how do you know it's him if you don't see him?
I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state could testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you do have a point. The footage doesn't lie. But the footage doesn't really tell us that much. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again.
Is there a problem with the security video? Oh, there's gotta be a problem. Regarding the video contained on this tape.
Aw, they're not playing the music anymore. It's a little less unsettling now.
So this happened at like 5:14. Whoa, he's walking in. Okay, yeah, so there's no coat in that locker. And that locker wasn't open. Did he even fingerprint it? He just opened it. Oh, I see. So, because there was fabric in that one locker, whoever that locker belongs to is the guy who did it. Because he opened up that locker and he put the jacket inside. So this could have been, like, partially opened. It's like, ah! And then they're, like, fighting. And this shows us that there's no coat in that corner just yet. We go over here. And he's like, ah! And we don't see the culprit. He's, like, hiding somewhere. Let me see if I see any fingerprints. Okay, so I don't see any fingerprints, but there's a white coat dangling off. So I think that's the issue here. I haven't yet, but the pain has been lowering down. That's good. My closer and Dad told me to go to the ER, but I don't think it's a serious case. Or, it's not a serious case, it's a serious case I meant. Ah. If it gets worse, please do check it out. But I hope you get better soon. I hope it doesn't hurt as much tomorrow for you. The Blue Badger! Woo! Okay, without the music. I'm reading it, which is out of a clover field. A clover field? They show us the video isn't covered. How do we know that isn't actually the red badger? You're so right! Meekins could be lying! So, Meekins, actually, we found out that there was a red badger in the storage room somewhere. So, you didn't actually move the blue badger. You moved the red badger. So, your testimony's out the window. I'll be fine. Thank you for your concern. Okay, get well soon, Stingray. Of course. I hope you get better soon. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange. This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video shows such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Redworth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out? Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video? This is the first time I've ever had to do that. Wow, technology's going fast. We have videos now instead of pictures. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Whoa, we love technology. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction? Oh, nice. We could pause. It's the Blue Badger, guys. He's the one. He did it. You see that stick? That stick's actually a dagger, guys. Oh, I think I know what happened. Marshall took his coat, opened it, and then he shoved it in his own locker. Did they say that one was Marshall's locker? Because Gumshoe's locker is over here behind the Blue Badger. Yeah. And of course the flag conveniently covers up his face. Ah, you shouldn't have brought the Blue Badger in here. You see, the weird part about this is if we look at the court record, right? This happened at around 5:14, so somehow that guy managed to get Bruce Goodman's ID. And then he probably dumped it in the parking lot over there. So somebody just stole all of his stuff. Do you think he killed him before this and took all his stuff? And then, like, threw his body in Edward's car? Like, maybe he... But he had his jacket on when he was in Edward's car, huh? Maybe he had two jackets.
Like, he killed him somewhere, stuffed him in Edward's car. Then Edward arrived to the parking lot. Where's Edward's parking ticket? It's like here. Enter lot at 5:12. So he could have been killed outside, and he was already on his way to the prosecutor's office. And meanwhile, Marshall's back here, and he tries to do the evidence transfer all himself. Cloverfield's a mix of kaiju flick and analog horror. Oh, it has such a cute name. I thought it was about like farming or something cozy. Thanks, Emma, for Adobe Premium. Thanks for the full Adobe prescription. Where's the cadaver? Gone, apparently. Like, they didn't find one for this case. Do I point to the cloth or the locker? Did I point out the right place, or should I have pointed a little farther up? Am I still hearing this music? It's gone for the time being, unless the judge says that's wrong. The thing that's strange about this video would have to be, this. Hold on a second. I need to use my eye drops. He's like, my eyes are not too good. Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I borrowed your eye medicine? Don't look at me with those bleary eyes. Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again. Now, what do I do? Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. Says the one pointing his finger at us. Is it not? Isn't that the main issue? Do I have to look at the blue badger? I'm pretty sure it's the cloth that's the issue. Did I not point it directly at the cloth enough? Because there's no cloth here, and there's clearly a cloth over there afterwards. Oh! Oh! That is the glove. That is the glove. Oh my gosh. This is the glove that fell out. He's going! Okay, Blue Badger still looks exactly the same. They're like fighting. And then Blue Badger looks the same. Or maybe I can fast forward. Oh my gosh, Blue Badger, but sped up. Am I blind? Or is that a fingerprint? Or like a handprint? Is that a handprint on the Blue Badger? Oh, I didn't mean to click that. Whoopsies. I meant to go backwards. I clicked X instead of Y. Yeah, it's the last locker, but I think I might have hit the wrong part of it. Because when I hit the fabric, like between the fabric and the locker, they said it wasn't it. Okay, no, so the Blue Badger always had that fingerprint. Maybe I need to click more of the fabric. I guess maybe I clicked a little too close to the locker, so it didn't register. Does Ace Attorney have that problem where if you don't click exactly on it, like, it ends up being wrong? Because I'm pretty convinced it is the fabric. It is here. Okay, I'm pressing it a little lower down now. Is that low enough? Okay, so I clicked too close to the locker. Okay, so I was right. I just clicked too close to the locker. So I guess they want you to really, really, like, point exactly to the piece of fabric. Okay, I'll be more accurate with the pointing next time. Yes, this is strange. Something certainly seems unnatural about that. What could it mean?
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. The point? What you are looking for is one thing and one thing only. Something that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman.
No, but get this, Edgeworth! That's precisely why I pointed out the fabric in the locker! I think the hitbox for this is pretty large. Oh, is it? Then maybe I hit too far up in the locker then. Maybe the hitbox is like on the bottom part of the locker? Oh, you finally gotta find the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles tonight. Oh my gosh, let's go! Let's go, Secret! Oh my gosh, you're gonna have so much fun with it! I really like the Great Ace Attorney. It's such a good game. Let me know how you think of it and if you like it. I'd like Kerners declare the body as dead. They have evidence of the other one in the car, but they couldn't find the body from the first murder. But now we know it's the same guy. I'm gonna play it when I can, thank you. Yes! Have fun!
Oh, yeah. Phew, I almost walked right into the defense's trap.
I'll place him under arrest, sir!
Rats, I need to slow down and tackle these things one piece at a time. Now, what do I do?
Huh? Wait, what? Was... Ah, I see. Maybe they want the locker. Because the dialogue for that one was a little different. It's gotta be something with the locker and the fabric. But I'm like, technically both of them work, but like, which one is a better one, you know? There's a guy going. There's nothing in the locker. There's nothing in the locker. Ah! Nothing in the locker. Ah! He's passed out. This doesn't zoom in, huh? It's gotta be here. Do they want the locker? No, it's the fabric. Cause when I hit the locker, it gives us this like dialogue where he's like, I need to put in my eye drops. But then when I click the piece of fabric, it has unique dialogue, but they don't like the unique dialogue. Because I'm pretty sure it's that locker. That's like super suspicious. And then like love falls out, which we know is a thing. Because doesn't the locker it's shoved into prove that that person must have had the fingerprints for that locker as well? And if that's Goodman's locker, then whose locker is that, right? Because we see here that there's like light inside, but I don't know if it could prove anything with the light inside. The other locker has light? The light one is the issue? I thought it was the fabric one. What's with the light? Is it not? I thought it was this one. Huh. How would the light interfere with the locker? Huh. Okay, they're fighting. Yeah, there's still light in the locker. It's really not the piece of fabric? Huh. If it's not that locker, it's gotta be the one with the light. Uh-huh. Is it really not the fabric? Is it really this one though? But what's the train of logic behind this one? Because the fabric you can argue, like, yeah, that fabric dangling out is the same color as Detective Goodman's coat, which means that the guy who accessed that locker must be the perpetrator. And we found Marshall's fingerprints there. So that's likely also Marshall's locker, and then he shoved the jacket in there. Maybe he took the jacket out later? But what does the open locker have to do with it? You think it's this locker, Alpha? Why do you think it's this locker? I'm trying to figure out why it would be this locker and not the other locker. The other locker seems to make more sense for me right now. Well, this is cryptic and unsettling footage, and not because of possible murder. I fully expect that badger to be moved to the other side of the camera screen. The badger covered up the perpetrator's face! He's an accomplice, I tell you, an accomplice! Why would it be the one with the lights? Because we don't know if the other ones have lights, right? What's the significance of this one having light? Do we have like a piece of evidence that says like there's something suspicious about the fact that there's light? Only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Which is fair though, because we know that one is open. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Wait, let me go back. Maybe the fabric will come later. Go back, go back, go back! Okay, fast forwarding is a lot faster. Ah, the guys are going! Okay, so the indicator light is the one on the top. So I guess right now we're arguing more for the fingerprints and not who did it. I might be jumping ahead of myself here. I guess that's what they're looking for. They want to prove that the indicator light was already on when the guy was digging through it. So the locker was already on, so he didn't need his fingerprints to open it up. I think that's the train of logic they're trying to go with right now. Ah, I see. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, yeah, so they're gonna say this is why he didn't need fingerprints. Then later on we'll present the clock and we'll be like, yeah, this is the guy who actually did it. Okay. Okay, cool, that makes sense now. I was getting ahead of myself. And I can only see so much Blue Badger. I'm actually gonna go to bed. So much Blue Badger! Good night, everyone. Good night, CB. Take care of yourselves. Stay well. Good night, and thank you so much for stopping by today. Bye. Take care of yourselves. Stay well. Good night, and thank you so much for stopping by. Yeah, I'll present this one right here. There was an indicator light, so it was already open. The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins? Sir, do you mean me, sir? The locker was already on, so he didn't need his fingerprints to get in. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint, if it's a match. The light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Dang, Detective Goodman's not very good at his job, is he? He doesn't lock his locker up properly. Hello, Megan. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? I forgot if I said that. Thank you so much for the stretch. Hey, stretch. Yeah, it was already open before he opened it. Whoa. Yes, she heard, yippee, etc., etc. Oh, thank you so much for the 5 street trick, Megan. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can the Blue Badger music please stop? Oh, I can see if I can stop it. Okay, it's a little quieter now. I can actually turn it off. We can turn it off right here. No more Blue Badger music. Okay. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind to a little earlier. Blah, 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 blah. it's rotating reminds me of those, like, fans. Those rotating fans. Ta-da! It was already open! Here, what's this? It's already lit! Okay, no more Blue Badger music. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah! He sounds like a chicken when he screams.
Order, order, what's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered.
So either the day before he didn't lock up properly, or that 7777 guy did something with that locker. And the locker is automatically locked.
Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this.
That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction.
Oh, well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouth shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation?
Me, Your Honor?
Yes, why wasn't the locker locked?
Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor? Say, there's something else that seems out of place in this video. Is it the claw? Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage.
Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked.
Oh my gosh, I didn't see what he said at the end. Ah! Locker wasn't locked. Okay, that looks kind of fine. Ah! The locker wasn't fully shut because the glove got caught. Da, da, da. But it's a banger! It's unnerving without the normal court music. It's a little unnerving. I can turn it down again. Where are the settings buttons? Where's the button? Was it not letting me right now? Oh! Oh no! Okay. Okay, yeah, it won't let me right now. I'll make this one quick. No, not the BGM! And can this one with the Badger music stop? I've never read all of the BGM together. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it's the glove falling out that's suspicious. Like, the glove probably jammed the sensor, so that's why it didn't, like, fully close or beep or anything. Whoa! Whoa! It's gotta be this thing. This thing! Yeah! Yeah! Is it?
Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier.
Oh my gosh, hello, little fella. Catch him! Yeah. So, the glove must have not been, like, put in properly, and it probably prevented the locker from being closed entirely.
What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often...
Oh no, he often falls out too? We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. Oh?
Someone tampered with it?
The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Oh. Inserted? He's wearing a glove.
Oh! So earlier when I saw that he was only wearing one glove, did he use one of those gloves to jam the sensor? This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Oh, it chokes him, oh no! But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. It could be like a surgical glove, only that it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Ah, this right here. Extremely thin rubber glove. Let me see if there's anything else here. Does it say anything about the material? Can I zoom in? Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene. There just might have been something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck in the locker door? I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure that this was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case! The lit lamp protesters! Blue Badger jump scare! That was a little scary! Just him staring into our soul.
Also funny because Meekins is Meekins because he's meek. He really is just a meek little guy. Glad this part of the case came clear as day. Yes, yes!
On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir! It would appear so, sir!
Order, order, order. So, are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the detective room, or in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility and nothing more. The victim in this video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir, me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir.
He's so done with this guy.
Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke? Very well. Begin your testimony.
Don't look at us! No! Over your eyes! This part in a nutshell. He's really just staring into our soul! I'm gonna go to sleep tonight and all I'll see is black and white blue badger. Not the front-facing badger jump scare!
Can you imagine playing a game where it's like Baldi's Math, but it's just like Blue Badger chasing you? There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card. But what if he lost it? You know, like Detective Gumshoe loses his like 3 times a month or something. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, Yes, without a doubt. This is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why are there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. He's like, my hair's spiky anyways. And there was only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination.
Mystery Man 2. I don't like that jump scare. I like how Edgeworth is still a bit of a meanie prosecutor, but not hardcore evil anymore. Anything to win tactic anymore. He has a little difficulty being outwardly nice. And I'll take him a bit of time. Special like deal 6? So,
So, unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir! Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't trapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand? Yeah, what about his right hand? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. Is that the card hanging from your neck one of those ID cards? Wouldn't it be easy to print like a second one? Like if you had connections in the Force, couldn't you just print another one? Or what if he lost his previous one because it got stolen, so there's actually 2 IDs in circulation? Because he did drop one of his IDs at the prosecutor's office, you know? So he could have lost it, and maybe they didn't cancel the other card? So the other one's still in effect? I mean, that's not a very smart thing to do, but... Yes, sir, this card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? Yeah, someone could easily just have reached into Goodman's pockets. Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car and his ID card? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck, instead of the door closing. Maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. Oh my gosh, this might be a bit of a stretch, but what if there were 2 ID cards in circulation and it's because Chief Gant is super suspicious. Like he's in on this case, so he was like, oh, you guys want 2 ID cards? Yeah, I'll print you another one. When ID card is used, there's a record of it. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness referred to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it, Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. So you're a suspect too! Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's all behind this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. Not the wrong color, kid. He just looks very suspicious. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. He really can't catch a break, can he? Poor Mr. Edgeworth, it must be so difficult for him. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on him. Yes, sir! He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? Yeah, if you had an ID card, wouldn't you just show it? Why would you pull a knife on someone? I mean, if he had his ID card, all you had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Yeah, maybe he didn't have an ID card to begin with. Maybe he just panicked? Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. I mean, we know where the ID card ended up. It was in the prosecutor's office. Yeah, that's at the prosecutor's office crime scene. Five, 8, 4, 2. Five, 8, 4, 2. The issue is we don't know when that card was dropped, so it's a little bit more like conjecture at this point. Ah, wait a minute. I see what's going on. Lost item. So he didn't say what he lost, but he was in the middle of drafting something. So it dates to 2/21. So what I think happened is he lost his ID, somebody picked it up, and used that card. That's why he submitted the lost item report, and that's why it says here. I think we should be
presenting the lost item report rather than the ID. The ID might be a little bit more of like a you gotta explain it. So I think the lost item report is the one I should present here. This man cannot own a library card. He's banned from the local library. Not allowed to read! Taking his reading rights away! Even the game is telling us not to overthink that last part of the testimony. I'm about to overthink it! And it's like, don't overthink it! Me overthinking. Is this the right, like, statement to present this on? Let me revisit the other ones. I remember that one didn't say anything. I feel like it's the last statement. Because this one isn't really anything. It's just him saying, like, I always get my ID card stuck and it chokes me. And there's only one issued, which is true. And this is Edgeworth landing in hot water. So it's got to be that last statement. And it's got to be the lost ID card one. That's why he scrolled it out, because he probably forgot what his ID number was. He was like, oh shoot, I lost my ID. I don't remember it from heart. Is it the lost item report? Yeah, the music stopped. We're good. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. Me neither, Meekins, I understand. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report is only half completed. He doesn't know his ID number, but it shows that Detective Goodman has lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Whoa! Order, order, order! Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo? Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There were two grounds to support this. Not the Blue Imagine jump scare! Goodness! Lost item it may be! Sorry, really? Thank you, Elma! First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. Yeah, the perpetrator must have killed the real Goodman and, like, shoved him in the back of his car. Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't gonna end well. Well, well. It seems you've finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for you. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness.
observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon.
A witness? Who's the witness this time?
I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all trapped from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to?
Is nobody pointing out the locker? Just check who owns that locker. That locker wasn't on before and it was afterwards with like fabric shoved in it. Can't we just figure out who it was by who opened that locker up?
However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana.
What do I do? What am I supposed to... How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not, but I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security photo did not show the actual murder.
See, it wasn't on. But it was afterwards. Was the light on that locker on? Was it also like stuck? It wasn't stuck, but there was fabric coming out of it.
However, it cannot be said that this is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand.
Mr. Wright, do you mean?
Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Whom do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have to testify. What is his or her name?
So we're gonna bring in Damon Gant? Thinks he's a cowboy. Just thinks he's a cowboy. We're full circle. It was my liquor. Sorry, Halo. No. What were you doing on February 21st? Hello, Halo. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? Check every dust particle and molecule to prove things at this point. Perhaps even previous injury, not full-scale death. Yeah, like, this guy's gotta be, like, hurting or something if he was the one that pretended to be Goodman. Like, maybe he has a stab wound somewhere. Hello, Buddy Master. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. Let me do a shout-out for you. Here we go. How are you? We're on day 3 of the trial right now.
Officer Jake Marshall from West LA. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well, the court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess.
Oh boy, here comes the Western music!
They put you in jail for that in Texas.
I think he's really suspicious. I think he's the one that pretended to be Goodman. Because he was also involved in that case, you know? February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby Number 2. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What do you mean?
You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you've figured everything out.
I haven't figured anything out.
Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright's trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals.
You kinda are, but don't worry about it.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe! What is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run around all day while on duty. To top it off, you come here. Seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay, so... Have you brought what I asked?
Oh. You mean this, right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request.
My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I need them by noon. Talk about crazy. Ooh, she knows what's gonna go down.
I feel like she already knows who did it, but for some reason she's letting herself get incriminated for it.
The SL9 incident?
But Lana, that's...
I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here.
Here, you might do well to read them.
I can't believe you, Chief Prosecutor. We're a witness in that case.
This guy was a witness?
The Joe Dark killings, oh dang. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me?
Emma, why? Why is your name in here?
What? My name's in here? I don't know unless...
No, it couldn't be Lana. This SL9 incident is that?
That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings.
Joe Dark? No, Lana!
Joe really was dark, wasn't he?
That's over with, no! Emma, wait! She ran away. What was her role in there?
You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here.
Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck.
I better take a good look at this file.
Close. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime, serial murder. Sentence death. Edith Curry Judd Bates. Edward Jones. Jason Knight. Rachel Moss. Neil Marshall.
Neil Marshall? Is his name Neil Marshall?
I didn't know his first name was Neil. Witnesses Lana Sky, Emma Sky. Oh, dang. Investigative task force Damon Gant, Lana Sky. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall. Neil Marshall?
Oh, shoot! Was it his brother?
Did Jake's brother die by this guy? And then, like, the real guy went away? That must be why he's so upset about the case, too. Oh, dang. Yeah, Neil Marshall. That's gotta be his brother. Oh, man. Yeah, everyone here is involved. Dang it, Gumshoe. Emotional moment here. I I'm good. How are you? Yeah, I'm glad you're doing good. I'm doing good too. I'm gonna really quickly take a bathroom break. I'll be back soon. Thank you guys for waiting. And then when we come back, we'll keep working on the trial of day 3. Well, we'll see what Jake Marshall has to say for himself. I feel like he's super suspicious. So it's day 3 of the trial, so how much more is there, I wonder, for this case? Ooh, I feel like it might be quite long. Like, dude, because trials don't ever go past, like, day 3, right? But if you bring another trial in, like, doesn't it extend it by a little bit? This is the longest case out of any. Oh, dang, even longer than DL6, huh? 10 total stages, oh my gosh! So we get, like, maybe there's so many convoluted things that extend the court, so it's, like, 5 days for, like, the police murder, and then, like, 5 days to explore SL6? But then the statute of limitations already passed. Yeah, it's gonna be a while more. Welcome back. Thank you, Kevin. I think you're about halfway. Oh, halfway. Nice. So we're getting there.
The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime.
I hope Lana's okay. She just ran off. Bro's drinking in court. Homie, you can't drink tequila. What are you doing?
Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just the man. Same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it.
Thank you for the translation, Miles Edgeworth.
Oh, I know you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? Desperado soul is as boundless as the desert sands. The paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English.
He's like, I'm getting too old for this. Drinking a court based. He's got tequila in there. Don't worry, it's just cowboy juice, not tequila. Just 0% alcohol cowboy juice. I think bringing a knife to court is more suspicious. They've been bringing anything in a court. That's kind of crazy. Security must be lax in this courthouse. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. I said I was trying to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the Straight Side Saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. No, I think you were in that evidence room. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. Can't say I care for your beard. Oh, shoot. Oh, dang. But you don't see me complaining. Shots were fired! And it wasn't Texas this time where the shots are fired.
Wait a minute.
Is this what Jake Marshall means by they shoot you for that in Texas? Like, they roast you for that in Texas?
What do you mean by 2 security systems?
I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those.
Yes, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks in the evidence lockers?
Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those?
He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders.
I bet he knows. He's just pretending he's dumb. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? Well, I'm not too good with tech myself.
This one seems like trouble. All right, Mr. Wright, it's all yours.
Joseph, it's time to go to bed. Or else you'll start dancing. Hello, how are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? We're working on the second part of the Day 3 trial right now.
My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard.
I'm gonna press you on this one, sir.
How exactly do you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still, even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings.
You interred them?
Is nothing ain't that useful. When the time come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't gonna do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room? But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
He's slacking! He wants to go drink alcohol on company time!
No desperados I know joined the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day. There's a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I've been in that crypt for weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? You used to be a detective, so you used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism? Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines.
So how did you ever open your locker then, bro? Like, you just thought it opened?
I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. Sensors on the locker handles can't be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. So I guess he wasn't very observant. I still think it's suspicious. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
Hello, Pa! I'm back in Japan. I had to toss everything in my fridge. Ellie, please help me clean my apartment. Oh no, did any of your food go bad? I hope all your food is okay. What's the first thing that you missed when you were on vacation that you want to go eat right now? I'm no magician, but seeing you're in an establishment that says alcohol after slacking on your job security isn't good to say out loud. Yeah, bro's so burnt out, like he genuinely does not care anymore. He's like, I'm not a detective anymore. Time to just leave. Oh my god, it's your food lady! Oh my god! Oh, my food went bad. No, I miss Lagama. Lagama, let's go! Lagama's actually so good. Like, I don't know why. It's so addicting. It's so good. Have you ever tried to mix like Laogama with like equal parts soy sauce and vinegar? It's a really, really good dipping sauce. Like you can mix anything in it. Like hot pot, rice, noodles. I haven't tried salad, but I don't know, maybe salad works. but it's a really good mixture. I miss the hung curry pan. Ooh. Have you, oh, I forgot the name of the chain, but there's like a chain of like cheese curry pan in Japan, specifically in like Kamakura. I think it starts with a G and has like a giraffe on it, but that place has really, really good curry pan. If you like ever are there and you want to try it, you should. It was really, really good when I tried it. Yeah, usually it's on, if you're in Kamakura, it's like, I think it's called Komachi Street. I think it was on Komachi Street, but there's usually like a super long line outside of it, so you'll know which store it is. Should I just get back from Kamakura? No! You gotta go back! You gotta go back! I want to go to Kamakura during the summer, because there's like a lot of ice cream. I want to like eat ice cream and then like look at the ocean and be like, ooh. How you know what Lagama is? I tried it once and it changed my life. I don't know what flavor it is, but then I tried one with like peanuts on top, and then the peanuts are like a little added treat on top. It's so good. I've never been to Kamakura. You should! If, I think it's like a 1 hour local train ride from Tokyo. Like down south. Komachi Street has a lot of like little shops and like food and stuff. It's pretty fun. And so I need to go back to Kamakura anyway because that's where the Ryodo Temple from Fate is. Oh! I went to the giant, the giant Buddha there. And then Komachi Street. I ate a lot of food at Komachi Street. Every once in a while I keep thinking about the curry pond there. It's so good. I miss the curry pond. There's like 28 lagom. Have you tried them all? I think I've only like tried the... What's the most popular one? Is that the chili crisp? Is that the chili crisp? And then the one with peanuts? Are those the same? What were you doing in a place like this? I was eating spaghetti. Okay, what kind of spaghetti? I need to know. Not even Angel Steak Lunches could beat that parlor's Vongoli Sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties and eat some noodles? Hey, fair. Noodles are good. Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. Some eat noodles. That's not what I meant. I hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says. Did you not want a raise this year? Oh, I bet his raise is being threatened this year. He probably can't say much. Out of ammo, Officer Marshal? That's right, partner. As you call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. The steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Yeah, it's a little strange. It's a little too convenient, isn't it? Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep it cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. So the trump card is the fact that we found his blood prints, but we shouldn't disclose that so readily. I've only had 5. Oh, which 5 are your... Or, like, which one out of the 5 you tried is your favorite? Insane Night takes place in my prefecture. Oh! Oita Prefecture. The Yuki City is canonically in Oita. Ooh! Is that down south of Tokyo? My hands are bothering me. I'm gonna go get lotion really quickly. I'll be right back. Sorry. I'll be back in like 30 seconds. There we go. Hello, I'm back. Thank you guys for waiting. I have lotion, so my hands feel a little bit better now. They were a bit dry. It's across from Mihimi on Shikoku and opposite to Fukuoka. Oh! Oh, so that's really down south. I've never been over there before. What would you say is like the most notable famous food in your area? Okay, I'm gonna press him again and I'm gonna see. You see, this part is sus when he says he hasn't been there weeks. Like, he definitely has been. And we know from the prints. But is it too early to disclose that? I'm gonna see what he says again. So he erases tapes. And he says he hasn't been in there. He has definitely been to that place. So he could claim that he's just really bad with technology. Did anyone see you at that joint, though? Can you prove you were actually there? I was gonna ask what happened. Apparently your hands are getting dry. Yeah. I accidentally left my lotion not in my room, so I had to go get it really quickly. Google says Miyazaki. Oh. Hoo-hoo. You see, I think the suspicious part is him saying that he hasn't been in there in weeks. Because before I use it, though, I better up the ante. So I guess maybe it's too early for me to present that. Can we not ask him what his ID card number is? I mean, I guess it wouldn't matter in this case, but... Is it not Marshall's fingerprints? I feel like that's the strongest evidence here. But he says he wants to up the ante first, so is it too soon to present this? Jane, I'm getting a bit hungry for some Chinese food from this nice place, but it just turned 2 a.m. Oh, are they still open? Is there a specific food you're craving? You should get a jar of Lao Gama. It changes lives. The creator of Attack on Titan's hometown is also like an hour away. Ooh, I need to go over to West Japan one day. There's a jam with the main characters as kids and statues that look like the wall when the Colossal Titan looks over the edge. Ooh, he bases the walls on his town's geography and dang. It's called Hito. Ooh. Is that also where the giant Levi statue is? Because I saw a video online where like somebody apparently like went to the a town with a Levi statue just to take part in a community event where they were cleaning his statue. Hello, Rue. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? No, is that where I am? I want chicken figgies. No, tomorrow. Treat yourself tomorrow. By the way, really can be Colossal Titan. She's small. What if when I turn into a Titan, I become super tall? Like I get a growth spurt or something. So jellyfish, the same time as Levi's. Oh my gosh! So I guess that influencer went there then. Is it too early to put the fingerprints? But I feel like that's the best evidence. Cause like realistically, what else is there to present? It's cause his name isn't even on here. I forgot what the screwdriver's relevance was. I mean, it probably does. And he just handed it to us. Maybe that'll come up later when it comes to the SL9 case and they'll say, oh, these two cases are actually related. I still think that's Marshall's fingerprints. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Would it be that statement? Because he had a follow-up and he said like, oh, I wasn't in there. Would it be the last one? Because he's not doing a follow-up. So there's got to be something here. I do think it's the fingerprints though. Because there's nothing else on this glove except that it's from SL9. But then if I say, hey, so we actually found your bloody fingerprints on the wall, then that would really prove that he's connected to the case. Maybe I'll ask parents tomorrow. Yes, yes! Enjoy your meal tomorrow, Bacon! Doing okay, Bacon? I'm glad you're doing okay. Everyone hates and knows about Attack on Titan because it's one of the only things they became known for. Oh! Still have a nice festival in the summer for the rivers that run through the town. Oh, nice! I mean, this statement by itself, not including the press follow-up, kind of indicates that you could present the evidence here as well. I need to figure out what statement to present, because this one by itself is not enough to really incriminate him. But he has that follow-up specifically where he's like, yeah, I don't know, I've never seen this thing. So that part seems a little suspicious to me. But if we look at the statement directly, then the I'm just an innocent traveling man, so you're out of like that, I could disprove, no, you're not, you're actually involved in this case. But then the follow-up when I press for the statement doesn't give me a lot to work with. So I'm like, which statement is better to press on? But I feel like the bloody fingerprints are our best bet here. I've been thinking of chicken fingies too much. Now I'm forgetting what part of the testimony we're solving. I went down to get lotion and my brain also became wiped. Let's see. So we need to prove Marshall's relevance in this case. So he's saying that he completely ditched his pose during the time of the crime, so he has no idea what's happening. And he says the ID card and the security cameras were like sufficient enough evidence if he went to go get pasta. So I feel like right now we need to present like the bloody fingerprints and say, hey, so if you didn't have anything to do with the case, why are your fingerprints here? But then that one statement, Phoenix, that confuses me because he's like, oh yeah, but we gotta up the ante first. So does that mean I had to press on every single one of his statements and it is the right time to present the bloody fingerprints? Because I really don't think there's anything else I can present here. It's really the bloody fingerprints that prove his connection to the case. But then in that case, do I press on this one? Which is, he said he didn't set foot in the evidence room, which is not true. And he said he doesn't know. I haven't been to that crypt in weeks. Or, one thing you could also say is he goes like, yeah, I don't know anything about the glove. You do know something about that glove because that is evidence from SL9 and you were involved with the SL9 case. But is that too early to say? That feels a little bit early to come up. I feel like that's like at the end where they're just like, oh, why did you do it? You know, what's your motivation? That might be a little bit too early, I think, to present the SL9. Yeah, he says he skipped. He doesn't like to follow rules. Do you know anything about that? He does, obviously. And he said he hasn't been there. You think that's the last statement? Because the last statement he says like, oh, I'm just an innocent traveling man. You're not, because there's fingerprints. Oh, nice! Yay! Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? Oh, he means business. His hat's lowered. After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Whoa. Not yet, I'm not Evie. What time do you normally sleep? Oh, hello, Soon. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. Let me do a shout out for you. There we go. How are you? And thank you so much for the hydrated stretch. I sip and I stretch. Very suspicious, bro. Very suspicious. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, make my rounds about once a month. So he just goes in there once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. Okay, but this was a bloody fingerprint, you know? That's a little suspicious. You just casually have bloody hands, Officer Marshall?
I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away, however. A luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, I just had a really bad fingerprint because or like a really bad paper cut. Or I accidentally grazed my finger when I was giving myself a beard haircut. It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. Huh? I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall. About the blood-stained fingerprints? Oops, I gave Marshall's voice to Edgeworth. Very well, you may begin your testimony about your handprints. Found at the scene of the crime. Whoa. Your Honor, I just had a really bad, paperclip. Oh
my gosh, I forgot the word for it! Well, when you accidentally cut yourself with paper. Oh my gosh, my brain is blanking. What's the thing? He just cut his finger on paper by accident. I'm just here to lurk while I draw late at night. What are you drawing soon? Thank you so much for the lurk. Yeah, paper cut. That word was slipping my mind. Fellow drawer says hee. We got many drawers. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. Well, them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Why didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. You know a little bit too much. That seems a little bit far-fetched. The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something. I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Jocelyn chicken fingies paper's edible. Nom nom. Wait, you're cooking your sketch. I don't want to cut my tongue, blunt. Paper isn't yummy. Oh no, then you'll get a tongue paper cut. That's because you, how do you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. I am giving you the side eye of all side eyes right now, Officer Marshall. I am not convinced by a single thing you've said. This video proves it. You opened that locker up. You did it. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. Locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. See, it'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. Must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. The print had been wiped. So then, what about the bloody handprint? It was mine, just no mystery. Please explain. The locker's covered with my fingerprints. Just so happened. Chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. Chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward for me from a mere fingerprint. Wanna know why? Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kind of like... Oh no! Not the cereal and cereal! That's so 9! One's gotta do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He's right, although seemingly alike, they're totally different. Let's see what homonyms have to do with this. He's still thinking about what happened. Put some longer on the paper! We smelling some chili oil on the paper today. That just made me hungry. Hello! Yes, it's a representative of Westlake. We don't want this fake juice-chugging cowboy in our city. Please take him back. Take him to the county jail, man. He's suspicious. How do you know that? I may be your loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There's a blood stain at the scene thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. You starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. Security tape. As long as my trail is in there, can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Ah, this is where I prove the video. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? So, that video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video was next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. He was crawling on the floor. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. Yeah, like the security guy. Isn't that the slightest bit suspicious? We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you could show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. I do indeed. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us... Ooh, 2 health bars! Yikes! Okay, I gotta make sure I'm clicking the right buttons. We just keep going back to this video! There we go. This is time to present this. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas, so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. Dun 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 dun! Yeah! Right there! The jacket! The locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. It wasn't there before! Yeah, that's the tape again! This is like our strongest piece of evidence. You know, okay, hear me out, right? What if the reason why Gant gave us this tape is because he knows that this evidence will lead us to incriminating Jake Marshall, so that Jake Marshall could be put in jail and he could get rid of him forever. Because Jake Marshall is catching on to the fact that maybe it was Officer Gant that had a bigger role in the SL9 case. And that's why they incriminated a guy that didn't actually do it, and the real murderer went free. Like, Officer Gant's gotta be, like, covering up the true culprit of SL9. I wonder if I'm right. I guess we'll find out. Where's the Bacon Blue Badger OST? Dun 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 dun. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order, order! It would seem that hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So one of my locker was opened. That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. It does, because it wasn't on before. It's fingerprinted. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he having to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I open that locker? Now prove it. Okay, there's few things I can present here. I can present this, but that's a little weak, isn't it? It's just, well, indicator lamp lights up when it's open, which is true because it wasn't open before, and only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. This shows that it wasn't already open. Which one should I present first? I feel like I present this as security tape pretty often, so maybe the train of logic is I go, well, the evidence locker says that only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Then he'll be like, yeah, but what if it's open? Then I go, oh, actually, the light wasn't on. Yeah, I think it's gotta be the locker. It can't be the security video again. Fingerprint sensor? Wait, didn't he hear us talking about it before? Maybe not. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even people in the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Yikes, this was his undoing. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? Whoa! Oh, he's breaking down! I only got 1 word for you, partner. Oh! No! Order, order, order. Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay, please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There was no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? Officer Marshall was standing right here! So Officer Meekins didn't notice him standing there. That's almost as credible as Meekins' warp theory. What? Is it too soon to say he was disguised, huh? About where Officer Marshall was? I guess it was too quick for us to point out that that was him, huh? Man really hit him with an ollie! He really did! Oh right, cause didn't they say the killer was Meekins? I was thinking ahead of myself. He's the victim, because they're assuming that Meekins was the one who stabbed him. Okay, we're good, we're good. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. I was thinking, oh, killer, like he killed the real Goodman, and I went straight for that K. Might be one point we show him how the lockers are supposed to work. Yeah, so, the lockers have fingerprint sensors, Officer Marshall. Oh, thank you so much for the fast talks. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct, unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. That's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He's only pulled a knife on me! Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. Can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complain. He really wants to shave down his beard, doesn't he? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Isn't that video again? Is this the fabric hanging out of his locker? We're going back to the Blue Badger video again! Who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can sense the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. So obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. Like the Blue Badger video again? The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside of the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance he might be discovered later as it has been. So the piece of fabric's sticking out, which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. He had to hide it because there was blood on the jacket. From Meekins going, ah! According to the defense's argument. Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all of our unanswered questions, as it always is somehow. I feel like I'm witnessing a case of Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Oh, Jake Marshall always has a knife on him. Yeah, I'm afraid. So you see, I see this incriminating evidence, the fact that, like, he pulled a knife on Meekins and he always has a knife on him? Like, Your Honor, isn't that a little bit suspicious? I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why, the witness. So it's gotta be the blood. He's gotta hide the blood. Beep, 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 beep. For some reason, you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman and enter the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood.
bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Whoa! Suspicious! Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you were today, we all wouldn't have to be here now. Now would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come.
If we have to prove that 6 or so time after it's the same knife Marshall's using, I'm gonna have hungry tantrum. He's like, yeah, but you can't prove that knife was mine. It's like, please, just let it go. Everyone knows it's you. Please.
I had to do it that day. I could just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. Wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. Managed to escape. I knew what areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. Wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. Yeah, that would check out. It's like so much blood for such a small donation. Oh no! When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what do you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
It's his case because he lost his brother.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why.
And also, like, the outcome of that case stole his hopes and dreams, too.
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal. I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole that the morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filing out that lost item report. I returned his ID card, left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door.
What if someone moved it that way?
Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall.
It's gotta be the previous day though, right? Because we know that 77777 wasn't his ID number. Did somebody else happen to open up his locker and plan it out that way?
I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out.
Objection! Hello, how are you? How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. And thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. How are you? Oh wait, that never mattered. It's the 15-year expiration mark and it's only been 2. SL9 can easily be reopened for investigation if something comes up. Oh! If a case closes because of statute of limitations, like how many years afterwards if something comes up can they re-bring it back? Is it like 5? We'll be here for a long time. They're really gonna bring up SL9. Good night, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Good night, take care, SL. Sleep well. Good night, and thank you so much for stopping by today. Have a good rest, and it was good meeting you too. Nice to meet you. Good night.
Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a alien type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I have to think a little more about his raise this year. So are you gonna increase his raise or decrease it a bit more? When did Edward get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry if it had to turn out that way. Me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? Oh, so he's still using it. Good to know where it ended up. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and... So, you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. Security tape was erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came up, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is on that day... The blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from that locker. Actually, no I didn't. It was already empty. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What, Mr. Edgeworth, where's that evidence? Still missing, Your Honor. Oh, so maybe the evidence was stolen by that 777 person. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID? Injuring a police officer? This is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why? It's because his brother was in that case. That case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders, didn't it? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out, but there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at that trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is he so concerned about that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think his real reason is. I had a feeling it would wind up here sooner or later. Everyone involved here is related in some way to that case. I better take another look at the files. I think it's the Neil Marshall. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall, are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award he got. Oh, his brother was a prosecutor? What, a prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relation to you? Oh! He took off his hat for his brother! They both really like the cowboy aesthetic, huh? who was investigating the murders with Jam and Gant, the then deputy chief of police.
Oh, that's the guy at the bottom! That was his brother!
The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have been in a fight.
No one, in case it's probably someone that he let his guard down around.
And that's it? That's your reason for your insane actions? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the AA1 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with this resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department.
No, but we gotta prove it wasn't her! Chance, it's gotta be more than just that.
So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Scott.
But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. And we know that Marshall was the one that dropped that ID, so that means he personally didn't, go over to the ATM and drop it. I'm pretty sure he was killed and shoved in the car already, before he arrived in the prosecutor's office. And Edgeworth just didn't go to his trunk. The crime is clear assault, yeah!
Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. A sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Scott, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Starr is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it single word or less. I rest my case.
Dang it, Edgeworth!
It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt.
No, it couldn't have been her!
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
No! No! Your Honor, wait!
Emma!
The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right?
What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you sure? Are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? In a sense.
Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please.
I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3.
Oh! He's like, oh, how can I say no with her asking like that? Emma, come back, please! Yes! Emma, there's some snackaroos at Edgeworth! Maybe one less snackaroo, because he let her talk. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dirt killings.
No, that that she mentions it. The names of both Sky sisters were in that file.
But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint.
You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker?
Oh, that's the real killer! The real killer! Because we don't know that the pool of blood was Meekins' DNA. Like, nobody tested for that. So, wait, but there wasn't any blood in the security footage when they first went in, right? So, maybe the guy cleaned it up really well? But this handprint must have been when Detective Goodman went in first. And he went to go pick up the evidence. And while he went to go pick up the evidence, somebody jumped him and then, like, killed him. And then, like, dragged him out and put him in Edward's car. And that bloody handprint must have been from the perpetrator. And the glove falling out was because there was, like, a scuffle that happened. So then, that's why it jammed the locker. Because while he was taking it all out, the guy just kind of, like, jumped him. So he didn't have time to, like, you know, properly rearrange his locker.
You mean the traces of blood found in Detective Gumshoe's locker?
But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again.
So, did you find something?
No.
Huh?
Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all.
Is that all?
Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student.
And I'm just an attorney.
I'm just the guy. But, Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you.
Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this?
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of any more use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be...
Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor, if ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Could there be something I'm missing?
Ooh, we gotta think this one through. 3 snackaroos for 3 minutes. He should have given us more minutes so he could get more snackaroos. There's gotta be something missing. You know what's weird? The unstable jar with random blood on it. Like, is that not suspicious in the slightest? Because this one doesn't have any blood on it. Ooh, we got a new guy. Suspicious. Oh, there's gotta be something missing. No one mentioned this weird face, though, with, like, the suspicious blood marks.
There's a traceable blood on this jar. This is evidence in the SL9 case.
The blood must have been from back then. Or what if it wasn't from back then? What if this is new blood? You know, from this case.
The jar has no bottom, so the hole goes right through it. I wonder if it really was a jar, or some kind of weird telescope.
Come on, you can cook. I believe in you, Relia. Thank you, Sketch. I will think about it. Let's see. What is something that could be missing? We've definitely exhausted the security video at this point. I think it's the vase. Isn't the vase, like, slightly suspicious? The fact that there's, like, blood on it? Or is that too much of a stretch? The screwdriver might come up later in the case, but I don't see a correlation with it right now. We use this one. Something missing about the floor plan. Wrapped in the defendant's muffler. SL9. But this is found at the car, not in the evidence room. Is it the vase? Is it a bit too late, or like a bit too early to say the vase? Like, just be like, yeah, the vase has blood on it. But, you know, let's do some testing. Maybe it's new blood. There's gotta be a problem. This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. Only thing you've seen is... Oh, shoot. You've been staring pretty intently at these floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? This is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. With the floor plans. Something isn't on the floor plans. And drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Blood mark? Okay, maybe the vase comes later. Ah! Is it the pool of blood? Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. There's gotta be something I can use. Which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? Oh, I can't look at the floor plans again. Let me think. Let me think. This one I don't really have a hypothesis going into it. I will do a think. What item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? So the original floor plans they showed us doesn't have blood on it. But this one has blood on it. Do we present this and be like, oh no, JK, Your Honor, actually we found trace of blood over in the corner that isn't in the floor plans that you presented to the court? Is that the item I'm supposed to present? And be like, yo, I actually found it because I used luminol. It's always the luminol. The jar might be a little bit too early, I feel. They might use the jar to prove something else, like something about the murder weapon. Why was this piece missing? Do I just present the same floor plan back at him and be like, so actually there's a puddle of blood here? Do we have to check the video again? Oh gosh! The blue badger wasn't in the floor plan actually. So there's no puddle of blood here, at least I don't think there is, or is there? That could just be part of the floor. Because all the lockers are in their proper places. Is the blue badger relevant enough? Glove falls down. It goes back over here. Meekins comes out. You think the video might be something? The banger OST is inevitable. You know he's cooking when they start playing the song. No. Don't tell me they're trying to imply that the floor plan is missing. Oh wait, the badger's coming up that right locker highlighted. Is it really just a badger? Oh my gosh! So, Your Honor, the badger wasn't in here. Or was it the bloodstain? Because the bloodstain wasn't on the one that they presented. Because, okay, so if we look at that, right? See, if we click this, right? In the back, they don't show the bloodstain in the corner. So we don't have the complete story. So if we prove that the killing happened in this room, it wouldn't have been Lana who did it. Because Lana was at the prosecutor's office, right? Right? I think it's the evidence floor plans. Is it? As they say back. Was that wrong? As they say back west, even a blind man could hit with buckshot. That is, as long as he's facing the general direction. It seems... It seems as the rights that share what direction I face. It's no use, the more evidence there is, the greater the chance of me being wrong. Just calm down, Mr. Wright. Trying to remember what the evidence room was like on the day of the crime. What is it that bothers me about this blood mark? Please allow me another chance, Your Honor. I'll prove it this time. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. It's not the giant puddle of blood that isn't in this one? You know what'd be crazy? If it's the Blue Badger panel. The Blue Badger panel, just him. Cause, let's see. Cause the only thing I could think of is things that weren't on the floor plan. So the rubber glove was on the floor, but they didn't chart that. But also the Blue Badger wasn't there. But I feel like the glove might have like a... I feel like the glove might have exhausted its use already, because we did present it saying, like, this was what jammed the sensor. Is it really the Blue Badger? That'd be crazy. It's the Badger. It's okay. I think this is one of those questions where, like, if you guess wrong, like, the judge won't take life points off from you. So I'm just going to close my eyes, and I'm going to select the Blue Badger, and if it's the Blue Badger, I'll be like, oh my gosh. He swears the Badger. Is it actually the Badger? That'd be crazy. No! Why is it the Badger? What the heck? Huh? What? What about that piece of plywood? Yeah, what about that piece of plywood? The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Everything comes around. The Blue Badger did it. He's a murderer. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Yeah, explain yourself, Mr. Wright. What are you cooking? Please take a look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here. Neither is the glove that was dropped afterwards that we found. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. I can't believe it's the Badger. It just boils out of the Badger. Do you guys remember when I first started playing this case and I was like, the Blue Badger, we wouldn't use this guy's evidence, would we? I cannot believe we are using him as evidence right now. This is as crazy as the metal detector last time. Like, first look at the metal detector and I'm like, oh, I guess we'll give this back to Edgeworth afterwards. Every piece of evidence in the court record is important, even the most mundane of things, it seems. You gotta be kidding me! What? Love how, see, think about why you couldn't see the bloodstain in the video. Couldn't see it because the Blue Badger was dancing right in front of it. It's the Badger? Oh my gosh, he gets an entry now. Well, what? Gasp. That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot on the locker. So, the handprint was there before the Blue Badger was moved in. So, was Detective Goodman rotting in the back of, like, Edgeworth's car for a whole day? Oh my gosh. So, the ID record of that day does not pertain. This is the day before that he must have, like, gotten his evidence out and he didn't, like, close his locker properly and then there was a scuffle. And then Officer Goodman was killed in this evidence room. And then there was the bloody handprint. And then Officer Meekins doesn't notice things, so then he just, like, put it in front. What? Whoa, that really knocked the wind out of his sails. So that means, just exactly what does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found in that locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put them there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is the other time. someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape, it had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered! Whoa, the music's going! That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did the first incident occur? As Mr. Edwards said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? The 777 bothers me. Somebody went in during that time. Did the murder actually happen during that time? But how would Goodman get in? I feel like it's the day before. It can't be the screwdriver. Evidence for plans, rubber glove, evidence locker, unstable car. I feel like it's gotta be this one. Because there is a gap that we haven't proved here. Like, we don't know who entered at 777. It could be that somebody was like, hey, Goodman, go to the evidence room with me. Oh, yeah, sure, let me scan you in. And then 777 scanned him in, killed Goodman while he was, like, getting things from the locker. Because maybe Goodman, like, he already lost his ID at that point, right? So he must have had to ask somebody else to, like get him in, you know? So then, during that time, that other person who has the 77 ID could have killed him right there. So I think it's the ID card record. It has to be. There's an empty entry there. The crime took place inside the evidence room, and the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record! Yeah, who's that 777? Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room. Let's see here. 5 or 450. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4. Oh no! Edward's going to jail! No, the one before, the 420! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It does take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope, I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Fortunately, that's physically impossible. So it's gotta be the 420. 20 minutes to clean up, right? Was it 20 or 30? Let me check. Oh yeah, 20 minutes should be enough time, especially if you're like a really buff guy. Maybe the perpetrator was a really buff guy. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's take a look at the chart again. Yeah, who's 777? There's only one other card number remaining. 7777777. Talk about a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. Yeah, and he killed him inside there. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please take a look at this ASAP. Find out whose ID number was 777777777.
That's 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present.
Did he lose his privileges? What?
Explain yourself, son. The ID number is 77. Someone with a rank of captain or higher.
Oh, shoot! So may I propose? May I propose the highest ranking guy we know here, who seems like he would purposely choose a lucky number for himself. It's gotta be Damon Gant. I think Damon Gant's the killer. There's no way like a new random guy will pop up at this point in time. I'm pretty sure it was Damon Gant. He threw that other guy under the bus, and the reason why that guy's brother died is because he trusted Damon Gant, and Damon Gant killed him. He had his back and he like towards him, and he trusted him, and Damon Gant just went. Yeah, it's gotta be him. Not Merry Christmas, Edgeworth.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, hello, Harry. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Let me do a shout out for you. There we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Elliot. It's nice to meet you. We are currently working on day 3 of the trial for the 5th case right now in the first Ace Attorney game. But aside from Ace Attorney, I also play Honkai Star Rail, Pokemon Use Fire Emblem games, the Devil May Cry series, and the Yakuza series. But hi, how was your stream? What did you play today? I hope everyone's doing well. Top dog, come on. Yeah, it's gotta be him. The fact that that's like an elite number, that's gotta be him. We don't know any other person. Hello, Nate. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you?
Someone who is a so-called executive officer.
We're starting to get a hint on who might have been the perpetrator of the crime. That's why I'm worried, but I love Ace Attorney. Oh, have you played all the Ace Attorney games? Which one's your favorite? And how are you liking Amori so far? Gotta start the courtroom love. Thank you so much, Mary. Oh, and also, who's your favorite Ace Attorney character? I heard that game. I heard Amori's good, but it's also really sad, right? Do you have a favorite ending for Amori?
Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity.
Well, that's ridiculous. Just how?
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted, an official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask you a question. Yes? No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. My own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number, and it's not 77777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh no, did you use forged evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did.
Lana?
I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look at me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and see that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't... I don't have to, Officer Marshall.
Huh? Why won't you answer him?
Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved.
Lana!
Even if it involved forging evidence.
Oh no, forging evidence!
See, That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order, 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 order! Lana's remarks caused such a stir. We'd have to wait until the following day.
Dang, oh my gosh, forged evidence! That's crazy! Damn it, yeah! And it's accomplished the Blue Badger, oh man! And scary, I heard. I'm actually in my first playthrough and managed to dodge all the spoilers so far. So to be honest, how much of an emotional wreck I'll be at the end. Oh man, it has some scary parts. I'm good you were able to dodge the spoilers! I knew it! I was jump scared more than once or twice. Oh man! It was scary! Was it fun about the game? I meant the game was really fun and highly recommend. If it wasn't 3 a.m. I would keep playing. Ooh! It's spooky hours! I'm glad you're enjoying it so far! And thank you so much for the follow, Artificer Eden and Fidgy Dreams. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hello, Artificer. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. Let me do a shout out for you. There we go. Hello, everyone. My name is Rillian. It's nice to meet you. I am currently working on day 3 of Case 5 in the first Ace Attorney game right now of the trilogy. But aside from Ace Attorney, I also play Honkai Star Rail, Pokemon games, Fire games, the Devil May Cry series, and the Yakuza series. But hi, how was your stream? What did you play today? I hope everyone's doing well. We've solved the first part of the case with this mysterious murder. Well, partially. We don't know who actually killed the guy in the other, crime scene just yet. But we're starting to get an idea that somebody high up in the police force is quite suspicious. Something very, very suspicious is going on here. Yeah, the crowd's riled up in a frenzy. They're like, what do you mean forged evidence? Raid attack! We were playing a Danganronpa fan game. It was a good stream. Woo, nice! Is the Danganronpa fan game based on a specific Danganronpa game? And what is it about? Does it follow a similar timeline and storyline to the original Danganronpa games? How are you liking it so far? Not so time for how crazy it's getting because of Mr. Badger, but otherwise not really, no. Ooh. It's really crazy with how this case is going on. I need to find out what happens next. We're back in the office. February 24th, 3:12 p.m. Writing Co. Law Offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. Well, what if he wasn't actually the perpetrator, you know? And it was somebody else who made up the evidence and told you guys to do it. To, give the death penalty to an innocent man. It seems disconnected and I enjoyed it so far. But it's only a prologue, so we gotta sit back waiting for the rest of it. Woo! I'm glad you enjoyed it so far! I'm gonna hop because I'm working through the first Ace Attorney game myself, but have a good stream. Woo! Have fun, Perry! What case are you on? I hope you have a lot of fun with it too! Take care, Elsa! Sleep well, good night, and thank you so much again for the raid! And have fun with Ace Attorney! Good night! Sleep well, take care, and thank you so much again for the raid! Yeah, we're back here again. We really gotta think through all the pieces of evidence we have. Lana Sky, my beloved, one of my favorite characters. Woo! Does she show up later in the series? Okay, I gotta sleep because work tomorrow, but I'll see you next week in Relia. Mighty Drawing comes soon. Oh, I'm excited for your Mighty Drawing. I can't wait to see it. But yes, oh my gosh, go to sleep. Get some rest before work tomorrow. Take care, Russell. Sleep well. Good night, and thank you so much for stopping by today, Sketch. Good night. And have a good day at work tomorrow. No, you! I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just the name for the Jodar killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. Oh! Oh no! That's why he died! So that means you... Yes, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Oh man! It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. It was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together when she finished her work. And suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Officer Marshall showed up. Joe Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage. Before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture? Wouldn't it be crazy if Prosecutor Marshall was the one who tried to kill this Joe Dark guy instead, and Joe Dark was just running from him? And then, like, when Officer Marshall caught up, he, like, fought him, and then he got stabbed, and the other guy was just, protecting himself? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth, yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. I mean, it's all my fault. Oh man! I was wondering if that was what started it all. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. She must have really vowed against using it, but she had to in that case. Oh, we don't know how old he was at the time of the crime. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of the poor girl. Oh man! I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. It must have been a really scary thing to witness if you were 14 years old. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's just something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective officers in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. They were really trying to transfer out all the detectives over there. Lana used to be a detective. Better have another talk with her. That's strange. Oh my gosh. It seems everything is somehow related to this incident. Was it labeled again? The SL9 incident? Yes, the name of everyone connected to that trial is listed in here. All that's left is to figure out just what role everyone plays in this case. If we search hard enough, I think we'll find our clues. What exactly did or didn't Lana do? I'm not sure I want to know everything. Too much is going on. Oh my gosh. I know how crazy the series could get at times, but for real, that's just too far-fetched. Apparently this is a shock to Phoenix how Edward 2 years prior to the main story of Ace Attorney 1 falsified evidence. Yeah, who knew? That's where all the allegations played up to. I'm gonna take a sip of my drink. That was a good sip. Okay. Lana! Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risk. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. A trial? It really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of that matter is at 5:15 there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing! They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. How much you guys want to bet Chief Gant told her to forge that evidence, and then everything was moved around to cover that fact? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damn Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever! They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor, what happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Can't help the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. second in command. That means the investigation led was Dan Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office and the same investigations. Nana's really pretty in this picture. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall is trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us! Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall led their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies! Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have been through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident? That's right, quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident, just by chance. Oh, we're cooking something here. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I bet he used to be the most enthusiastic guy. He must have been so excited to work with his brother, be a detective, all his hopes and dreams. Now he doesn't even want to sit around at the police office anymore. It must have come as such a shock to him. He wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of the case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Yeah, we gotta go over there. Something's not adding up. Apparently, well, then was that Wesker a visual? To drown in his sadness in spaghetti instead of drinking? Yeah, he's gotta eat that spaghetti during company time instead. I feel so bad. That must have been one of his first cases as a detective. He must have been so excited, and the fact he could have worked with his brother too, and then everything just came crashing down afterwards. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right, the chief of detectives seems the same though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right, we can come back here later. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. Never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, Sarah. Never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambina? I should have known my luck would run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Oh, his cactus! Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? It's over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go to the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I need to know the truth about, it was that one.
Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened?
Looks like I won't be getting my steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. Wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so.
What do you mean fishy?
Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. Murder weapon, you mean the switchblade knife with a broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright, but in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised.
Question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained.
But somehow they still incriminated the man? Isn't that a pretty big inconsistency?
What does that mean? It means there was a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased.
Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence?
The case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made detective when it went down.
Oh, poor guy. He just became a detective and he immediately got kicked down.
It was our first case together.
How old was he, your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was rewarded the highest honor that very day.
Things always happen when people get awarded that king of prosecutors, huh? Oh, his brother was younger than him when he passed. 2 years ago, huh? 2 years ago the case happened. Oh! So Jake's actually the older brother? Neil was the younger brother then. Because if it was 2 years ago and his brother was 27, Jake would have been 31. I guess detective training takes a lot of years.
He was rewarded the highest honor that very day.
The highest honor? You mean the
king of prosecutors.
I knew it.
What are you looking at me for like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor.
Mr. Marshall must have been really close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. I was drizzling that morning. By nightfall, there was thunder. Can't believe 2 days had gone by already. Tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently, someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of.
Just Goodman? I wonder why Goodman wasn't kicked. Did Goodman have a say in the case?
Star was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. About Detective Goodman, if they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious.
Hey? What are you talking about?
Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean, Damon Gant and Mom Sky. Investigation lead, Damon Gant, and second in command, Mom Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that she mentions it, Emma said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina. Her secret's too well guarded. I never found out. Not a secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. Someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That's
someone is damn Gant. Oh, I knew it! That guy is suspicious. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Ooh! He's opening a new bottle of alcohol. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. When you become a... Oh! When you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. That's why he treats her like a younger sister, because he worked with her older sister. Like, can you imagine all the detectives, like, whenever Emma went over? I bet they spoiled her so much. Like, she probably went in the office and was like, hey, guys, I'm here to watch my sister. I'm sitting in the office, and they're all like, oh my gosh, it's your sister. How's school? How you doing? You need help with homework? I bet she had so many, like, you know, detective older brothers and sisters that would help her out. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that was that on the scene of the crime. No one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we ended up making Lana look more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. You think we should revisit, like, some of these locations and spray some more luminol everywhere and see if we can uncover something else? Ooh. Doesn't look like I can use luminol here. Where are the fingerprinting set? Maybe I'll examine everything again. See if we get... That's where we found that note. 221, SL9, SL9 incident. Case that was due for transferal the day of the murder. I never knew the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dar killings. Everyone in this case played some part in that incident. This has to be more than a sheer coincidence. Damn it, Gant trying to get rid of everyone with this case. That's about as red as a sports car can get. Yup, it's pretty red, alright. Body was found in Edward's car trunk and the lock on the trunk was broken. So that means somebody forced the body in. So, it could be that the guy got killed in the evidence room too, and he got thrown in the back of the trunk later on. Why did this guy choose this car? So what model car is it? I think it was called a sedan or a coupe, something like that. Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you, Mr. Wright? You're supposed to know these things. Maybe it's about time I got my driver's license. I don't think there's anything else here that's important. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee? He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. Guess we'll just have to come back later. We gotta pay Damon Gant a visit. But how do we go visit him from here? This place is pretty empty, but today is deserted. This must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth. Not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Christmas and Thanksgiving put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those two. Sir, would like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. They all be giving out evidence and going, wait a minute. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. It's okay. I think that guy's engrossed in something else. He wouldn't mind if we went over there. Oh my gosh, he's got a whole church organ in his office. How much of the police budget went into his office? That's crazy. He still has that painting or that photo up from many years ago. With Lana and poor Marshall's brother. Dang, he's he's got organ music going. It's kind of crazy. His organ looks so like, you know, like antique and fancy. And he has very modern looking black and white furniture. Whoa, where are we? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. Oh! I never could remember where C was.
Oh, it's you two. Why are you in my office? Get out of here. Chief Gant.
He put that paper he was reading in his desk.
So, Ryo, have you been swimming lately?
No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately.
I can appreciate that. I've got my times full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement.
Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence?
2 years ago have passed since that incident. Hi, how time flies! See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me.
So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
We took it to commemorate our work together.
Something's not right about this picture. Can't seem to... This face was in the back of this picture. That is very suspicious. Somebody's head got bonked with that vase in his office. It comes around. Oh my gosh. Probably too much of the budget. Is this why Detective Gumshoe only gets like a $5 bonus? This guy's pocketing all of it. Dang it. Hello, how's the Ace Attorney going? Hello, Nishiki. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? It's going good. We are figuring out that there's something very suspicious with Gant. And we found out Marshall's involvement in the other case. And now we're connecting the events of the current murder to the SL9 case. That was close to ready, but now we're looking at it again, and some of the facts don't quite match up. Someone has been given a wrongful bonking on the head. Yeah. Because, let's see. Because, didn't they say that the guy that they branded the murderer, I forgot his name. What's his name again? Didn't they say that Joe Dark, like, was knocked out? Like, he had a really bad concussion? So it could be that Neil Marshall took that pot and then he bonked it on top of Joe Dark's head while Joe Dark stabbed him. And there's that like night thingy right over there, which means that the face was originally there and the picture on the wall was taken in that very corner. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm gonna lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
But I think your office is really pretty, you know? Like, can we take a look around, you know, just for fun, you know? As a tourist? All the same, would still like to take a look. I would still like to have a look around.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore.
That's very suspicious. I mean, if you weren't involved in the crime, you know, it wouldn't be any harm for us to look around.
Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend.
Looks like we aren't welcome.
Seems our case isn't over with just yet.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied a request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
We gotta break in!
There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office.
Alright, so, does anyone know how to lockpick around here? Yep, he did. It has to be him. Yeah, that's suspicious. Like, you wouldn't not let us go in and tour your office and play with your organ if you weren't in the slightest bit suspicious. Like, you know, it could just be like, yeah, I just want to take a look, you know, just for fun. And if you weren't suspicious at all, you'd be like, oh yeah, sure, why not, you know? I know my organ's pretty grand. You know, I spent a lot of money on that organ, you know? Why don't you take a look and let me know once you're done and I'll lock things up, you know? Can we steal like a key or something? There's gotta be a way. Hey pal, Detective Gumshoe, do you know how to lockpick? Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. Sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Oh, they made him the coffee boy. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle's between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Oh, poor Mr. Edgeworth, he didn't even know. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Anna Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. Now, with this. Are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know of for making enemies. Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work! Yes, sir! Let's go out for lunch again sometime, my treat. Yes, sir! Yeah, take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir! It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. He's a very likable guy, it seems. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. He's just a nice, chill guy people like. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all that pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? All the evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack, you mean? When he killed Prosecutor Marshall, he was trying to protect some girl. Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with a murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never failed to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime, which is a run-of-the-mill businessman. Businessman? What made him take it to serial killing? One day, on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident. An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then, when he was burying a body, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. The crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. Last witness. Back at Emma. Oh man. I've been standing up in those files. There's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal. You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know? After all, a serial killer was on the loose. Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. Nothing else interesting going on here. I forgot, was there something else I should be presenting to him? Oh, the murder weapon, right. We gotta show him the murder weapon. About this. Hey, is that? It has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, the sunlight disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it! Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again! So he was a serial murderer for about the length of a single evening on the day of the main murder. Wow, yeah, he killed a lot of people! I'm not entirely convinced that he did all of it. It's gotta be someone else. Oh man, they might have incriminated the wrong man. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right, we traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. Oh, shoot! It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Oh man, a punctured heart and lung, yikes. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. Broken off tip. What if somebody, like, took... Is the decisive piece of evidence that they used, like, if it was the knife, could somebody just tear off the side and then, like, implant it inside of his stab wound? That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Cat. Oh. It's not money, but it does concern the Chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The Chief's out now and his office is locked. His office is locked. We'd like to take a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. Oh my gosh, he's gonna get his pay deducted just for us! He's a real one! What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh, sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. What about this ID card? Whoa! He just gave us some good hints here. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. You could give us the guest one. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would change his mind. About the jar. I think I've seen it before somewhere. Somewhere? Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives. This must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met. Something about it makes me feel uneasy. Yeah, like the blood on it? It's like I'm in the Chief's office and he's yelling at me. Chief Gant? Where could I have seen that before? Oh. What Okay, so he doesn't piece together the picture. That's the ID card record, isn't it? Yes, there's only one number left to investigate at 4:20 p.m. The victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number. 77777777. That's 17 too many, Detective! An executive officer. I just might have a hunch. Yeah, I think I know who it is. You want to talk about it? I think it's a certain someone we know's office. Is it tip of the knife? Dang, I'm too good! You're too good, Megan! Gumshoe always coming in clutch. Let's go, Gumshoe! You know, I think we should be hired as the new chief of police, and we should give Gumshoe a raise. Because Gumshoe really pulled through for so many of our cases. Let our guy win. Date and time of death February 19 between 7 and 7:30 p.m. Death from blood loss in under 10 minutes. What they found in the room was missing a tip. Something that convinced him to change his mind. So he didn't like the other stuff I presented him. That's strange. What is this? Does he know anything on this? The screwdriver is probably like the weirdest piece of evidence we have. Like, it's not even related. What can we show him that will like change his mind? Something that would change his mind. I thought showing him the knife would show, like, hey, if you don't let us into his office, like, your buddy Edgeworth could get incriminated. Isn't that really, like, the ID card list? Because I thought that was pretty suspicious. And the pot is kind of suspicious, too, but he doesn't remember. And there's no do dialogue option that pops up. What else should I present here? Can we present profiles? I don't think we can present profiles, can we? Because I want to present the profile and be like, hey, doesn't this look vaguely suspicious to you? What do I present, you think? Carefully transplanted or dropped inside the body is a major no-no. Yeah, definitely that tip was added, and then they said that guy did it. And I bet Gant was the one who, like, really pushed for that forgery. So he doesn't have any... Yeah. I wonder what's the piece of evidence that we're supposed to present. You know Officer Marshall? Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Aww! He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your troubles. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? No! It's time to go back down, Gumshoe. No locker can be opened without a fingerprint match. Besides, there's no reason for the murderer to touch his own locker. Wasn't your locker the one with the blood on it, Detective? The handprint of the real murderer's gloved hand without any fingerprints. Shh! If they come to arrest me, you'll defend me, won't you? If that happens, I think you'd do better pleading with Edgeworth. What's the piece of evidence that he wants. Do we have anything else? I'm not sure what else to present him. I think I presented everything that seems relevant to him already. Carefully chancing dropped inside the body is a no-no. Oh! Wait, the knife? Wait, I thought I showed him the knife. But then there's no new dialogue option for it. I'm about this. Hey, is that... has a tag attached to it with the label SL9 incident. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case is closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. And was found in Mr. Edgewood's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. Yeah, there's no new dialogue option. I think it's just this. Oh, do I have to examine the knife and point it out to him? Because then after we... because he didn't give us that piece of evidence, the one with the piece. But after we presented that, he gave us the autopsy report. And it updated. But I think I presented the autopsy already. No, about what I said it could become broken. Oh, let me read that again. When a piece of knife or a sharp enough object is broken after piercing or stabbing, it usually breaks off after enough pressure applied to the side of the blade, causing it to snap while still deep in the flesh. Yeah, so it's a broken part of the knife. Sorry, I'm gonna read that again. I'm starting to get sleepy. My brain's not working anymore. When piece of knife or sharp enough object is broken after piercing or stabbing, flesh breaks off on enough snap deep in, trapped inside the body. Let's take a look at this knife again. Anything else on here about how I said it could become broken. It could become broken when enough pressure is applied. So if enough pressure was applied, then that one would have snapped, and it would have snapped inside his body, is what they're probably claiming. Something that gives you enough force to stab, huh? When enough force is applied, huh? There's gotta be something here that is... Oh my gosh, my brain isn't working anymore. I'm getting eepy, oh no! Saying he didn't pull it back out, casually broke a piece off of it and dropped it in like a quick game of Tetris after that. Present everything. Oh yeah! That's what I was thinking too. Is there a piece of evidence we should present to prove that? Like, aside from the knife? Because, like, I don't think you could stab a guy so hard that it just snaps like that, you know? Like, I feel like you gotta have, like a rock or something. You gotta, like, really, like, push it through for it to snap off. So I don't think the force of, like, stabbing someone would be enough for that. Especially because, like, organs are, like, kind of soft, you know? Unless you hit somebody's, like, ribcage. But is a ribcage, like, stronger than a blade? I don't know. I feel like it's easier if this actually hits something else first, and then they planted, like, the broken tip into the guy's body. Car muffler. Is this a car muffler? It snapped off in the car muffler? Guys, it was actually the blue badger. That would explain it. The King of Prosecutors trophy would be quite heavy, wouldn't it? And wasn't it chipped? Was the design? Wait. Ah, I see. So the King of Prosecutors trophy should look like this. So there's like a whole piece that's broken off. So did somebody take the King of Prosecutors trophy and smack Detective Goodman with it? And then a piece? Oh my gosh, is this literally like a repeat of like the original like SL9 case? Like a piece of that ended up in Goodman's chest? Goodman was stabbed with the King of Prosecutors trophy? No way! Oh my gosh! They gotta stop making trophies, man! Wait, that's crazy! No way! Huh? Oh my gosh! Maybe the fingerprint solution? I'm just spitballing. No, thank you for the help, Bacon! The King of Prosecutor, like, trophy. Wow, we're really circling back. I thought it would be something more, like, recent in the evidence list. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. I was wondering, why is... Oh, wait, no, this is the same dialogue as before, huh? Are you sure he's forgot? It could have broken off. What if that was the murder weapon and then stabbed, like, Detective Goodman through? And that shard from the top of the shield got, like, stuck in there or something. I don't know. Huh. I'm back. What did I miss? I just got back. Welcome back, Alpha! We finished day 3 of the court proceedings, and we found out what Marshall was guilty of. Now we're trying to get into Gant's office, but we're trying to present a piece of evidence to make Gumshoe let us into his office. But I'm trying to figure out what's the piece of evidence he wants. He was guarding the butt steal, that evidence locker with his life. That's more than you could say about most officers nowadays. Would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit, he's right though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15. There's some kind of decisive evidence that we need to present. I'm just gonna start, like, randomly presenting this stuff. My brain's not working right now. What is the decisive piece of evidence that he wants? Because he's saying... Okay, let me revisit this again. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away. And then it was suddenly found in Mr. Edward's car muffler. What the incriminating piece of evidence is. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Something about the incriminating piece of evidence. Is it DNA? Something to do with the DNA, maybe? Hey, that powder's used for detecting fingerprints. Yeah, Mr. Edward gave it to us. He did what? All I have is some flour. Are you okay, detective? Quick, run! Achoo! Did that jostle your brain a little bit? If that's any help, one time I took a nap on a bench with wet paint. Why am I not comforted? Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too. Wow, is that new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Let me see that. Is that shampoo? Looming Tall, new and improved growth formula. You mean this can't detect any blood traces? Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol. So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. Oh, he bought the wrong thing. I thought this was sufficient enough evidence, but apparently this one's not. See, I think that's something about this one, the fact that it glowed red, but I don't think there's an option for me to present a certain person. Oh, no, there is! Oh my gosh! I didn't see that button before, and I was like, wait a second. Can we just present his face? Like right here? Oh, we can't. Oh, shoot, we can't present it. Dang it. Can we just say, like, yeah, you know, we know a high-ranking guy, so he's, like, kind of, Let's actually trying to convince Gumshoe to get himself fired so we can win the day. Yeah, we're trying to convince him to, breach trust and let us into, his boss's office. I'm trying to find a piece of evidence. I'm missing, like, one piece of evidence here that he wants. Maybe I'll backtrack from here, because these pieces of evidence seem a little bit more useful. Isn't that the vase? I think the vase is like the most incriminating one, you know? Followed by the fact it's literally in that picture. But he's not seeing that one. Or maybe I've already gotten the information out of him and I'm just forgetting. Oh, a lost item report, huh? Very impressive, detective. You know what, it was off right off the bat. Well, I am a master of replacement, you know. Master, that has such a cool ring to it. The way I see it, if things are meant to be lost, then they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here. Wow, a higher power. Yeah, that one, he's not gonna say anything. He doesn't know what that is. He's gonna sneeze when we give him this one. But at least we got a lot of very silly dialogues from Gumshoe here. I think honestly the key is we need to find out who that 777 person is. But apparently that's not like enough for Gumshoe. And then he also ended up buying shampoo instead of luminol. Poor guy. Maybe I actually did like... I might have actually like... Oh, maybe I already got that piece of dialogue. It was the one that popped up at the bottom because I pretty much clicked every single one here. I think I already got all the information from him. Because there's nothing much else now that I haven't presented. Yeah, I think that I might have actually, like, unlocked that dialogue option already, but I forgot. And I showed him the King of Prosecutors trophy, and he talked a bit about it. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. I think it was this last option that opened up, and I just, like, forgot that I listened to him. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right, we traced it back to the store, plus it had fingerprints on it. Take a good look at that knife, you'll see it's broken. Yeah, well anyway, take a guess where the... Oh, no, yeah, I think I already got the piece of evidence for this. I think I just forgot. Yeah, so we showed him this. And then, did it match Dark's knife? You add down to the last fiber. Yeah, and I think that was the dialogue option we got from presenting that knife to him. I don't think I can just test this out, can I? I think this has to be like in a specific location. Yeah, I think I might actually have to move somewhere else. I think we've probably gotten as much as we could already from Gumshoe. Yeah, there's... Or maybe there is something else down here. You think it's an underground parking lot? There's like another piece of evidence we're like not looking into here? What if we use the... Can we use this? Oh, it's not letting us use any of these. Oh, but it will let us use the luminol. So let me spray again the luminol. Maybe we'll find something new. Maybe we gotta spray luminol in a different place. I don't think there's anything else in this underground parking lot, is there? Maybe if I move somewhere else, I'll be able to spray luminol. Don't really know anywhere else I could be going right now, though. I don't think I can spray luminol anywhere else. It's just this crime scene, because the evidence room is blocked off to us right now. So I don't think there's anywhere else we can go to search for evidence except here, but I don't know if there's anything new that we haven't discovered here. Like bloodstains, DNA... Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe we should go to the prosecutor's office and see if Edgeworth is in there. Maybe Edgeworth will give us something to work with. Yeah, it hinges on giving Gumshoe a fair enough reason to let us examine the office. And once we can examine the office, then we'll probably find some decisive evidence in there, and then it'll probably be like the next day of the trial, I think. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. Oh, nice! There we are! Okay, cool! So I guess Edgeworth is the one that's gonna give us that decisive piece of evidence then. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. So we had to visit Gumshoe in order to trigger Edgeworth to go back to his office.
What are you doing here?
He has a soccer ball under his desk? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Oh, that's not a soccer ball. That's a piece of paper.
Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me?
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's why it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified.
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come down to this?
Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow?
First, last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on.
I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. Isn't that the same paper that Gant was reading? What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at that time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. A picture? Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again what happened on that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never cared for ceremonies, but had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. You know, it wouldn't hurt if you put this up somewhere, like on a shelf. That has no meaning for me anymore. What do you mean anymore? That's who I was last year. What good is it to dwell on the past? He's asking me? Why can't you just accept it graciously? Actually, something's been troubling me about the shield. Look, did you notice anything different? Yeah, the fact that something's missing. I guess I better present this other shield. There's a big piece missing from that shield. Do you think that Goodman was killed the same way as, like, Neil Marshall was? Like, instead of the tip of the blade, they used the tip of the prosecutor shield, and then they, like, implanted it or something in the wound? I mean, it would make sense that, like, Gant has access to it. I mean, he's the one giving that out, so he could just, like, tear a part of it out. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Wait, is it missing the back part too? Oh my gosh, yeah! It's missing the whole middle thing! And it's also a broken tip! So someone could have just went in and went with that whole big part of the shield. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes, the trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different from yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its change. Story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the word's based on. Contradiction. This word originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? But they took the halberd out! Me? Oh, sure. Yeah, everyone knows that. Why don't you, tell it, though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day, he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. There's a very suspicious pointy-looking thing over there, guys. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see! So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize
Precisely so, they symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this.
Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the word abolished.
Chief Gant? Oh, that's strange. I want to listen to that story again. I feel like that will be useful. Hey, wait a second. Remember those guys in Amphorius that were selling shields and, like, spears? I wonder if that's referencing the story as well. Oh my gosh, it comes around! It turns out both of their wares that they were selling sucked. Oh yeah, now that you mention, yeah, and it makes sense too, because Hoyoverse is a CN company? Or did they move to Singapore? I heard they like moved their like HQ or something a while back. But they must know the story, and if it's as famous as Edgeworth is saying it is, it's gotta be based on that. I didn't meet them before, yeah. Only thing I know is a substantial large chunk is missing. I wonder if something like this was ever brought up in the Great East Attorney because ancient times and all that. Oh, I wonder, maybe. Yeah, in Amphorius. Okay, so I guess this is a reason for us to walk in. We'll just show the shield and be like, hey, so we actually have a question for Chief Gant. Excuse me. Ooh, we got lunch boxes. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Ooh, we get good lunches now. The star, she's had a lunches. Oh no, she's just giving us beef. Certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. That's one analogy to choose. Still, I never thought to go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be contributed to mere coincidence. Why is she forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. The star's hatred towards Lana, it all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye, my sister! Best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. Man, Marshall and Lana Skye must have been close! Oh, great, her? What? Come again? New comment? Out of all the analogy she could have chosen, she chose that one. Okay, Miss Angel Star. That's a weird one, but okay. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret.
But you don't have proof anything illegal was done.
I had proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor.
I always wanted to be a prosecutor.
Nothing's quite as simple as it seems.
Huh?
Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation with Lana's second in command. They were the best.
They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they?
Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? I thought I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he'd handled. Incredible evidence? You mean he forged evidence too? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her.
Really?
Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake.
Mr. Marshall?
When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother.
Oh.
If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating.
The star.
That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence.
Chief?
That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand his way.
He planted her there so she would listen to him! So he could control everything and all the evidence!
Prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along.
Oh man! Maybe that's why Lana's so quiet in this case too! Maybe the chief forced her to stay quiet and was like, if you don't stay quiet, something will happen to Emma. But how could he control Lana?
I don't know, but one thing's for certain. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
Oh man, so many things happening. Oh, thank you for the hydrated stretch, Kevin. Or not Kevin, oh my gosh, my brain. My brain, it's dying. Thank you for the hydrated stretch, Megan. Thank you so much. I shall sip right now. I have finished my hydration. And I will do a stretch. So where is this hatred coming from if Lana's used as a pawn then? I feel like maybe she's upset because Lana is being used as a pawn. Because everybody, all of the detectives really trusted her because she really looked out for the other detectives. So they probably thought she was better than that. They thought like if anything else, she wouldn't resort to using forged evidence. She wouldn't listen to like Gant. She would basically be the figurehead for justice and for like, you know, upholding, you know, like a good way of investigation. So I guess that's why she's so upset because she disappointed all of them. You think we have enough now to, like, convince Gumshoe? Oh, hey, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Mooring coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no.
I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. We always low-key almost get poor Gumshoe fired. Like, if he's not getting fired, he's getting his pay severely deducted. Hey, that's it! That's the King of Prosecutors Award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. You got the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Was it the same one? Say, this design's based on an old Chinese parable, right? Oh! So when we presented it earlier, he didn't know anything, but because of the little story Edgeworth gave us, now he remembers. Yeah, everyone knows that. It was this, dragon. Yeah, that was it. A dragon. He had a thing for shields, see? That's not exactly the version we heard. No, but this sounds so much more exciting. Anyway, it gets kind of gory after that. I'll spare you the details. Oh, isn't that it? Is there something else in here? So there's another piece of evidence he wants? How do we convince him? Is it not the shield? Because we have no dialogue for the shield now. Do we show him the knife now again and be like, yeah, so this is where the halberd went. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. He does? But it's not there. Oh gosh, I'm missing something here. Am I missing a piece of evidence somewhere? I really thought, like, coming back from Edgeworth's office, that shield would have really convinced him. What else do you think would convince him? Isn't this, like, slightly suspicious? We gotta, like, prove that he's involved in the crime somehow. You think we should go meet Star again? Oh, maybe Star will give us a piece of evidence. I think I did hear... I think she did mention a few things here and there. Let me go through what she said again. It might be that we're missing something that we need to present to her, and then maybe she'll tell us something important. Or she'll give us like another piece of evidence that will really convince Gumshoe. Because if she's still here, that must mean something's unfulfilled, right? You think she'll know more about the shield? Maybe the picture. Oh, I guess not. Oh.
something here that could prove he forged evidence? We showed her the knife already, though. Maybe she'll comment and say, oh my gosh, yeah, the tip right here. Oh, I guess not. I don't think she really wants to talk. But there's gotta be something that we're missing because Gumshoe's not really buying it. You think going to see Edgeworth might help again? Okay, we'll go visit Edgeworth again. There's one piece of, like, thing we're missing. Okay, because Edgeworth is still here, which means that we could also be getting more things from Edgeworth. But I believe this one popped up afterwards. Is there more information we can get from him, you think? Oh, wait a second. Can we take that picture off the floor? I totally forgot about the paper. Oh my gosh. I think it might be this piece of paper that we need. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look, because that looks like the same exact paper that, like, Dem and Gant had. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says, letter of resignation. He's resigning? Wait, why? Oh no! I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Oh, and if we show this to Gumshoe, you think Gumshoe will be moved enough to show us the inside of his office? Because he would do anything for Edgeworth, wouldn't he? But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't always been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. Ah, there we go. And this is the hint that we need to present this to Gumshoe. Not like Edgeworth having a moment here where he's like, the path I've walked hasn't always been a just one. I'm gonna resign, right? And then Phoenix going, I wonder if I could use this paper for something. No, not that he's serious. Okay, cool. So that's what we were missing. I totally forgot to pick up that piece of paper. I got so engrossed in the dialogue. I was like, oh, it must be the shield. And I dipped. Due to recent events, I hereby announce my resignation as public prosecutor. He really wrote a resignation letter. Wow, even when resigning, Mr. Edgeworth is cool and concise. Oh, that's what his signature looks like. Still, it wasn't his fault. Someone has to be held responsible. That's how it is in the grown-up world. Yeah, but that responsibility means nothing if he just quits. And not everyone sees it that way. You should truly take responsibility. You should have to work the rest of your life for no pay. I don't think you'd be able to survive like that, Emma. That's one tough grown-up world out there. He crumpled it, so I guess he's still contemplating a little. They say where there's smoke, there's fire. Apparently I was so caught up in the smoke I lost sight of the truth. Edgeworth. The others are right. I have no right to serve as a prosecutor. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, you were only doing your job. I've always made my own decisions about what I can or cannot do. That hasn't changed. Forgiving myself is something I cannot do. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. Alright, we will show this to Gumshoe, and hopefully Gumshoe will feel so bad that he'll just, you know, reach of truth for us. Do it for your bro! But also, what it really is, just his letter of designation! The fact that that's the piece of evidence we need to move Gumshoe into getting us into his office? Yeah, Gumshoe's gonna feel so bad! He tried so hard to make sure that Edward still, you know, is chilling at his job. With this crumpled up piece of paper. No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. Oh, thank you, Gumshoe. You can't do that if someone found out. I wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. All right, detective. Thank you. Oh, he's such a homie. We could get him fired like that. Oh my gosh, it's his ID card. Edgeworth, like JPEG crystal clear, but everything else is blurred out. Oh, he's a sergeant! Detective Gumshoe isn't very photogenic, is he? Hey, be nice, Emma! That's our bro! Whatever you do, just don't say it to his face. I think she just said it to his face. He's like right there. Look, his eyes are half shut. Yeah, and his mouth is half open. Hey, each one of his shirt buttons is off a notch. And he's got the narrow end of his tie in front. I think this goes beyond being a photogenic issue. Oh, thank you, Gumshoe. You really didn't have to. I mean, you kind of had to, but you could get fired. He's pretending he doesn't know anymore. He's like, all right, get out of here. Oh man, poor Gumshoe's getting fired if he finds us in here. Here goes, Mr. Wright. Click. Beep. You think the chief's office should have a little bit more security, you know? Like only specific ID cards can get through? We're in! If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. Oh! He's coming with us! Oh man, now you can't claim it's a lost item! I mean, if you lost it again, I mean, it should be fine. They know you always lose your ID. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Yeet! Gah! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. Oh, so I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of giving us his ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card. I guess you'll need another one. I hardly ever got a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I got a bad feeling about this. I need him to double back. Gumshoe's very silly, but he's very sweet. He was worried about us, and he put his job on the line because he was worried about Edgeworth. Like, he's so sweet. Yeah, he was willing to be fired to save Edgeworth. And he's not super well off either. Like, he really doesn't make that much, and I bet he has no savings at all. If he gets fired, it's really over for him. It's open! Let's go! He's going down with this ship too. to the end. After this case, can Edgeworth give him a raise, please? Like, please. Gumshoe has done so much for us, you know? The least we could give him is a livable wage.
That desk on the other side of the room, is that your sister's?
Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana. Oh, so that's her furniture. I guess it makes sense why his looks so, like, antique and hers looks so modern. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now?
No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there.
Yeah, I thought she'd want to take the furniture away and use it for her new office.
This is as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk.
No one except Chief Gant, the cleaning lady who's in here every morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. There's gotta be a little.
Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think, nah, you wouldn't be, no. Nah, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you, don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves.
Okay, so what's bothering you? You don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? Oh, 100%. I think he's the murderer, honestly. Not just a suspect. He did it. What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Yeah, and the fact that ID card with the 777? Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again.
I'm sorry, Gumshoe. We gotta keep things on the lowdown.
So, the vase isn't here anymore. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it.
Ooh, do we know the password? 7-digit number. No way, he just sets it as his ID number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my gosh, is that his favorite number or something? Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... Have a better idea. Here goes nothing.
Oh no, but if I do this, will I not be able to examine the rest of the crime scene anymore? I guess we're locked in it now. It made a microwave noise. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal?
77777, the final ID card number on that record. It was him! It was him! The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 77777, that ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing, that's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Well, we gotta examine quick. I feel like we won't be able to examine if we don't hurry up. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations. First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars was gone into that room? My exact question! Like, how many taxpayer dollars went into renovating his room?
Hello, I would like to vote for my taxpayer dollars to go towards Gumshoe's salary, please.
What, you mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. I think the IRS is gonna come after you if you don't do that. You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh, be careful what you say. Who knows, the chief may be hiding in this armor as we speak. I don't think he'd fit in there. Even if he did, he'll never be able to get back out. Get it out, you guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Wow, look at that. Look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier. Oh, it's you two. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like list of evidence. List of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh. SL9 incident. I wonder what he was doing, what this is doing here.
Hold on, Detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what... No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long?
Yeah, that's what Edgewood said too.
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. Ooh, someone's hiding some things. What's the evidence? It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? Oh, this is the other half that's hiding.
The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It would appear so. Was ripped in half. Ooh, suspicious.
Wow, look at the size of...
Found this inside the drawer, a list of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list.
What would this list be doing here? We better take a look more at this list.
I feel like I should be checking this like later when we're safer, but we'll do it just now. We'll do it quickly.
Oh my gosh! Is this a picture? A photograph of what actually happened?
I wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. Oh, is that the picture that Emma drew? What is it? Did you find something?
I can't quite make it out. I better keep quiet about it now.
Huh?
Oh, no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
I better not forget about this picture.
You know what's crazy? She only drew a picture, but they tossed it out. But you know what this looks like? That doesn't look like a dagger. That looks like the edge of the halberd that they ripped off. That's gotta be the way they murdered the guy. And that's why he took it out, to like, I guess like hide any evidence and like what could have happened, any conjecture. Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. You know, us telling Edgeworth that Gumshoe was falling out of the window is not entirely wrong. It's not entirely out of character.
This is the 15th floor.
I know, I was just saying. You're gonna die if you jump from there, Gumshoe.
Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
So long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Oh no! Don't say that!
These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park. I'm surprised she left that photo there. It must have been like a really quick transition out.
This is Lana's desk. It sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Has Lana ever come back here? No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. Whatever the stuff legends were made of.
Just keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime?
Yeah. Maybe he's trying to wipe some things away. This was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving that award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture of her and went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. But he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Oh man. Gee, you think? Chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. That's on the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When the detective screws up, the chief calls them to his office. He makes them listen to the organ for hours.
Dang, organ torture? What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. Oh man. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally.
Aren't the chief's ears effective?
He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point.
I guess his hearing is just completely botched. You can see pretty far from 15 stories up. If you were to drop that...
At first, the chief wanted to use stained glass for his window.
Really? Why didn't he?
He said he changed his mind because he wouldn't be able to see the view.
Oh,
stained glass or not, it's a huge window.
Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? More than $5 probably. Look, it's a... The missing shard in the evidence case! Oh my gosh, this is the missing piece!
A shard from a broken cup.
looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here, too. Decisive fingerprint evidence! Looks like a piece of leather cloth. It must have been on his leather... Is it? That color matches Neil Marshall's jacket a bit more, huh? Is that from Neil Marshall's jacket? The perpetrator's handprint? This is a handprint, isn't it? I bet that's Scant's fingerprint. Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like this once. You think the chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well. It was just a thought. Is that it? That was all? That was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. Piece of cloth with a handprint on it and a broken shard from the cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you could prove they have something to do with the case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to SL9? Okay, the pot's an easy one. Casually just chilling. I hope Gant has a very long meeting so we don't get busted for rummaging through his stuff. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ha, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker stuck on it. Does this ring any bells? You know that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yeah, that one. That was in the safe. He's like, wait a minute. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. Let's take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I could piece this back together, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Should we do this like outside of the area? This is a little scary with him around. He has a weird looking vase in his office. There, it fits like a charm. Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this! What is this? This piece is just attached. It's different from the others. Oh, is it? Oh shoot, there's a design on there! There's a reddish line on it! Reddish line? That's blood! I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in a safe? Hey, look here! It's hard to make out. There's a dark red stain. Looks like blood. It looks like a weird looking happy face. I wonder where the line will come into play. Do you think the victim wrote a line to show, like, what the murder weapon was? A line. I still feel like it's the halberd. I feel like it's gotta be like the halberd of like the prosecutor's trophy. That's something super suspicious. You're kidding! Wow! This is the spot Emma witnessed Joe attack Neil. Yeah. What's inside? Under the hole? The jar hole? Yeah, I can take a look. Do you think the missing shard is in there? I think I've examined the hole before and there wasn't really anything in there, but maybe it'll be different this time. Huh? This thing doesn't have a bottom. Yeah, I guess there's nothing in there. It'd be kind of crazy if there was like a shard in there, you know? It's like, oh my gosh, wait a second. Okay, we need to prove the other piece of evidence, like the bloody handprint. So I believe it's gotta be... Do we have a picture of the other one? The one that was like on the locker door that doesn't have fingerprints? Is it this one? Is it this one? I don't think I have a direct picture of that weird, like... If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you more information! I think it's the fingerprint, honestly, but not this one in particular, you know? Because we want to match why the significance of that, like, you know, the handprint. We don't have a picture that specifically points to that handprint, though. Ooh. We have this powder. Yeah, let's dust the glove. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, detective. All right, go to town. Sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead. Take my fingerprints. No, not yours, Gumshoe. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, heh. I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? We're trying not to get caught. You're gonna get fired. Should we luminal the chef's office? The chief's office? Maybe we'll find some hidden blood stains there. What are you, my mom? You don't have to tell me. Oh, is my dust button not working? Oh, here we go. I think there's gotta be like dust on every single like square. Or most of the squares for them to take it. No, I meant to use that one! I forgot to click the blow button. We went back instead. I wonder if there would actually be anything though if we luminal, because like, he's been cleaning the office pretty diligently. Maybe he like swept away all the evidence. Honestly speaking though, like if you really wanted to hide evidence and he did it, wouldn't it have been better to like burn these things instead? Keep it in your safe. Somebody's bound to discover it eventually. And with a password that easy, too. Why does it have so much powder? Turn the ray on? Huh? Which ray? The luminal? How goes the dusting? Hello, game guy. How are you? Thanks for stopping by today. How are you? The dusting's going good. We think Chief Yacht is very, very suspicious right now. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, we'll try a different finger then. You know, I think this finger is a good one. That one's pretty much intact. Don't you guys just love the power of scientific investigation? You know, in all those other cases where we were like, hey, don't we have fingerprinting technology? Can't we just figure out who, like, you know, did this? And they were like, nah. Thank you, Emma, for inventing fingerprinting technology. Ah, this one's a good one. Oh, I think I gotta dust it a bit more. It matches Emma's? Yeah, it doesn't match. Oh my gosh. I think Emma might be the key to cracking this case. That's her own fingerprint. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match.
Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst, hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
What if Emma was the one that saw, like, you know, Chief Gant commit a crime, and then that was, like, part of his jacket or something, and had her fingerprints, so he's trying to hide it?
Here, maybe you should hold on to this.
Yeah, that's weird. You are so much help! Thank you, Gumshoe! Now let's get out of here before you get fired and, we get put in jail. This is a handprint, right?
Yeah, someone left behind an oil stain on the fabric.
Whoever it was, they must have a really oily hand. Mr. Wright, think about it scientifically. A more likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on the freshly waxed floor. Oh, getting wax all over their hands. Interesting. She always slips because that was her handprint.
Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to our ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence.
No! Phoenix, why'd you have to say it like that? You just incriminated him! You could just be like, oh wow, that's crazy. The door was broken.
That's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless.
Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Chief Gant! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective.
Do you mean me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm gonna have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat? Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
Oh no! He's getting fired!
But, sir... Now get out!
Yes, sir! No! Poor Gumshoe's unemployed!
We'll be on our way too, then. Wait, you, the one with spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
No! Last time we tried to have a word with someone, we got tased.
You with the spiky hair, you're free to go.
Why are you detaining Emma? What are you gonna say to her? Mr. Wright!
Look, pal, if I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but I knew it would be like this. Never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why has she kept nearly silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal.
Is there another police office you can work for, Gumshoe?
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day.
Are they trying to force her to say, like, her testimony in a certain way?
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. You know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. Seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of her story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you were unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. I bet he threatened Emma with it! What an intriguing notion. Some individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? protecting, no, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is this person saying? Well, Miss Guy? Mr. Wright, you're addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did, specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also another, Damon Gant. But if you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in the safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that.
Because he could kill Emma! And he could cover it up!
3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. And the murder of Detective Goodman, or perhaps I should say, follow orders. So Damon Gant wanted Goodman killed! Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Mile Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No, when I found the body, there was a knife stuck to it. The knife from the SL9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right, even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. That's the reason for the bandage on your right hand? Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then, she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. A star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it, and it was exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escape out of his own.
Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seemed he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room.
After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incidents in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. It's got to be Gant. And what went wrong in the chief's office 2 years ago.
Ooh, to be continued. Yeah, no, we gotta save her! No, cause you know Emma! I hope they didn't threaten Emma with anything. I bet they talked to her and were like, hey, if you say that you didn't see what you actually did, we'll let your sister off the hook. I hope she doesn't give any bad testimonies because of it. We'll find the truth. Trust. We gotta bring that guy to justice. Oh no, if Lana somehow fangled into innocent, the chief may purpose her sister Emma might be guilty instead. Yeah, I'm afraid that he'll blame her instead, and that's why she's trying so hard to take the blame, because she really cares for her sister. Ooh, final day, trial 4. Oh man, that's gonna be a big final day then, if we have a trial 4 and a trial ladder. Oh gosh. But yeah, I think this is a good place to stop for tonight. It's getting pretty late for me. But thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in to my Ace Attorney stream today. Today we worked on day 3 of the trial and the investigation afterwards. And now we're on the final day of the trial, and we'll crack the SL9 case, and we'll figure out what really happened and who was the real murderer of Goodman. But, schedule for next week. I have plans on Saturday, so I won't be streaming on Saturday night of next week. But on Sunday, we'll continue with Ace Attorney at around 8:30 p.m. PST, and we'll finish up the final day of the case, so it's going to be really exciting. Ooh. And I honestly think Gant did it. I feel like all the evidence is pointing to Gant. Why would he try so hard if he wasn't the one who did it? Now, how he did it, I guess we'll find out when we keep examining the evidence. Yeah, we're making good progress. We're almost there. Jeepers, I stuck throughout all of the stream. Thank you so much for stopping by, Megan. And thank you so much for watching the entire stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know it's late for a lot of you guys. Thank you so much for watching the entire stream. It's all about to unfold soon. Yeah, we're going to find out next week what really happened. Thank you for the stream, Aurelia. Thank you for tuning in today, Kevin. Take care, Elsa. Sleep well. Good night, and thank you so much for stopping by today. Me is now finally tired. Yay, I hope you have a good, restful sleep now, Bacon. We can rest knowing that we found out who the real perpetrator most likely is. That's such a cute sticker, Stingray. Take care, and thank you so much, Nishiki. You too. Take care, Elsa. Sleep well. Good night, and thank you so much for stopping by today. And thank you so much for the stretch, Bacon. I stretch. Have bedtime stretch. Thank you so much, Bacon. I do a good stretch. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna brush my teeth and head off to sleep tonight too. I think I'll sleep very well tonight. I'm very tired too. Bye, Eva. Take care, Elsa. Sleep well. Good night. And thank you so much for stopping by today. And thank you so much, everyone, for watching the entire stream. I know it's really late for a lot of you. Sorry it gets until so late, but I really appreciate that you guys stayed the entire time. Thank you so much. And if you couldn't, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it too. I didn't know it got so late. We got so engrossed in the case trying to figure out what happened. Bye, Kevin. Good night. Sleep well. Take care. Good night. By the way, almost reaching 100k points. Oh my gosh, you're so close. Thank you so much for the support, Alpha. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Good night, Bacon. Take care, Elsa. Sleep well. Good night. And thank you so much for stopping by today. Good night. Sleep well. I'll see you p.m. PST stream next Sunday for the rest of the Ace Attorney case. And then I think the week after that, I'll do 2 Ace Attorney streams at around 8:30 p.m. PST on both Saturday and Sunday. So we'll be doing lots of cases. Until the new Star Rail update comes out, when 3.2 drops, I will start streaming the 3.2 Trailblazer mission on Saturday again. But if you guys are about to eat, I hope you guys have a good meal, and if you guys are about to sleep, bye, take care, so sleep well, good night, and thank you so much for stopping by today. No, I closed my eyes around 2 hours ago and just opened them. I may have slept. Oh, no, you're good, Evo. Yeah, it's getting really late for, like, everyone. You're all good. I hope you had a good rest when you took a nap. Oh yeah, but if you guys are about to eat, I hope you guys have a good meal, and we guys are about to sleep. Bye, take care, rest well, sleep well, good night, and thank you so much for stopping by. Before we go for today, we'll be rating out. It's Nala? Good night! Good night! I hope everyone has a good rest of their week, and I'll see you guys next week. Before we go, we'll be rating out. We'll be rating Once Red, who's playing Split Fiction, so let's go over there and show them some support too. But take care, everyone, and good night, and thank you so much for stopping by today. Bye, take care, rest well, sleep well, good night, and thank you so much for stopping by. Oh, evil is backwards? Oh, love! Cute! Okay, I'll call you Nala. Thank you for letting me know. But good night, Nala. Thank you so much for stopping by today. Take care, rest well, sleep well. Good night, and thank you so much for stopping by. And I'll see you guys next Sunday. Good night. Sleep well. Oh yeah, but we'll be rating Once Red, who's playing Split Fiction, so let's go over there and show them some support too. But take care, everyone, and good night. And thank you so much for stopping by today. Good night.